All right. Hello to everybody and anybody that we may have here right now. I see Tech is here hanging out. Tech, how are you? We've also got Donk. Donk, how you doing? Pretty sure you're a bot. Yeah, hi guys. We are live. We are playing some Dungeons and Dragons this morning. We've got session number 44 of the Wildlands that we will be diving into here in just a moment. For those of you who are new to me streaming Dungeons and Dragons games, I do not pay attention to chat while we do this because I give all of my attention to the players. It looks like we've got everybody here right now. Got a couple people probably going to run and grab food. But we are going to dive into this thing and kind of get into the meat and potatoes of it. This is going to be a weird one. We have gone in a very strange direction. What started as a very simple shopping expedition last time ended literally in bloodshed. So player on player bloodshed. So we'll get into the nitty gritty when we touch the recap. But that's where we're at. We're playing until 2 p.m. Eastern time today, so we got about 4 hours. We'll stop about halfway through, take a 10-minute break, so we can get the kids situated for nap time and rest time, and to get ourselves a little snack. So without further ado, let's go ahead and dive into session number 44. Oh, and FYI, we will be back tonight. I believe we're doing Baldur's Gate 3 tonight, so we will be back at it again this afternoon. From 7 to 10 p.m. Eastern. Maybe. We'll see. We made it till like 9:30 last night. To be fair, it was a long fucking day. All right. Good morning.
Good morning.
Afternoon.
Oh, well, yeah, good afternoon for you, Mr. Living in the
Hello.
Future. Hey, what's up, man? How's it going?
I'm pretty beat, but I'm doing, bro. I'm doing.
That's awesome. Your PC, your rig looks great. Did I see some liquid cooling tubes in there?
Yep, you did. CPU and GPU are both liquid cooled.
That is awesome. It is a game changer. When we fired ours up for the first time and we heard the bubbling through that first cycle, I was like, oh, something got fucked up and it's going to leak all over. And then it was just
dude,
perfection.
it's scary.
And then it was like, don't you worry, these bubbles mean that we're going to keep you at a nice crisp 75 degrees Fahrenheit for eternity. And I was like, oh god.
Yeah.
All right, so we are in session. Oh shit, looking good, and the camera quality is fucking perfect. Digging it.
That's what I like to hear.
Yeah, it looks good.
All right, so session 44. Let's do a quick recap from last game. I'll make this as quick of a recap as I can, but a lot of things happened.
We can just skip the end part.
I was gonna skip straight to the end. All right,
This is the end.
This is the end. All right, so October 2023, Part 2, which was session number 43. So the group, you guys, finished off the remaining undead before calling out to Mylar for help getting back to his lag motion beak, because at this point, Ulrich was dead. The group eventually returned and situated themselves. They then took Ulrich's corpse to the Temple of Bahamut, where they and the priests performed a resurrection ritual, successfully bringing him back from the dead, though they were given a very stern warning to stop doing that. The group then split up. Bloodmane took to fishing, Gartok got lost after hours of archery practice and ended up in the river, and willingly, not dead. I said that like he got fucking whacked by the mafia. And then the rest of the group took a chance to get some R&R and visit with Winnie's parents. Eventually, after a long night's rest, the group awoke and decided to meet with Brodicio Timbers and Baleta. They arrived meaning Timbers and Boleta, and they offered a massive variety of trinkets, bits and bobs, and of course a handful of powerful magic items. During this discussion and some very intense bartering, which actually was kind of fun, the group chose to offer up the Nine Lives Stealer rapier that had been, I have an asterisk here, compelling Sybil to do naughty things. That's my sentence, I swear to God. As it slipped into Berdicio's bag of holding, Sybil snapped. And in a last-ditch effort to save the evil weapon, Sybil took hold. It took hold, meaning the weapon, of Sybil's frail mind once more, causing her to drive her daggers through both of Winnie's forearms. She came to, immediately after the assault, confused and horrified by the now screaming and profusely bleeding Winnie. Mind you, Winnie was at 56 hit points. She is now at 6 hit points. So that was a lot of fucking damage. And that's where we start today's session, because it can never be fucking simple with y'all. So...
Still didn't kill me.
It still didn't kill you. Just talking shit with 2 daggers stuck in her arms. You didn't get me, bitch. I'm still kicking. Alright.
I might not be swinging, but you're kicking.
Yeah. Okay, so really quick XP recap from last session. So we were looking at 2,300 experience for everybody, for each individual, from combat alone, which is a shitload, but that was a very large combat. And then the roleplay was 1,000, giving everybody 3,300 XP from last session. So that brings Ulrich to 113,281. Gartok to 106,954. 106,954. Sybil, 97,229. And the remaining party members to 107,954. So just so everybody is aware, the next level bracket for everyone except for Sybil. Sybil, you've got about 3,000, well, actually less than 3,000, and then you will reach level 12. And level 13, the XP bracket is 120,000. So looks like Ulrich, you got about 7,000, 13,000 for Bloodmane and Winnie, and Gartok, you're pretty much right on track with them, so. Alright. So, that is that. Any questions, comments, or clarifications? Your concerns are noted, Sybil.
Yeah, I'd like to clarify.
Yes.
How far away would I be from Sybil?
So I've got you guys set up exactly where you are right now on the map. You guys were all literally standing in a circle, essentially like a semicircle around Bradicio, because he hasn't cleaned up all the shit on the fucking on the ground at this point. It is scattered all over, except for the little bits and pieces he's picked up or pushed to the side to sell you guys. I mean, we were literally in the middle of a transaction, and this went down. So, for everybody to have been involved in the bartering process and the discussion process, I've kind of just been like, okay, well, here's our map. And that's that. Okay. Just to let you guys know, too, it is Jury the 24th at about 9 a.m. 9:30 in the morning, actually. Ulrich, you are currently at a -3 because you just had your long rest. And that's that. All right.
Is that a condition I can put so I don't forget, or?
You know what? I don't think it is, and I think we've bitched about this before. I know I have in the past. In doing some digging in the forums on D&D Beyond, the only thing I found is that you can create a custom condition for it, but I've never even wasted my time on it. What I do have, though, is a note that's sitting in front of me, so I will do my diligence to remind you. As best
I
as
just
can.
added it to my other notes just so I remember, just so I have it in front of me.
Perfect. Thank you. All right. So I did kind of a pre-roll here, just so you guys know. On my end, I have a quote-unquote initiative order already active, and I did that because I think that after so many years, I know you guys well enough to know that this is going to get very weird very quickly. So we're just going to start it off like this. Sybil has just finished lunging at Winnie, stabs her, injects every drop of poison she possibly can into her. Winnie bounces back like a fucking boss. Sybil then kind of like retreat, and this all happens, it's almost supernatural, the speed in which she moves forward and then immediately retreats. As the daggers are being plunged in, the hold on her is already being broken and she's coming back to. Sybil, you have just blacked out for a moment. Like, you saw the world going dark, and as you open your eyes, your heart is pounding, and you're looking at Winnie, and Brodicio, who is underneath her, holding the bag of holding open. Now, at this point, the 9-life stealer has slipped all the way into the bag and is closed. You feel a sense of clarity like you have never felt. Well, I shouldn't say like you've never felt before, but since that weapon has been picked up, you have been getting more and more and more clouded. That cloudiness, immediately, as if it was fog in your sweet little Genasi brain, has just spilled out your ears and is gone. You are thinking crystal clear. And you realize, oh, fuck, what just happened? Winnie is literally, I mean, you have severed so much in her arms that she might as well have just had her arms amputated. I mean, it is blood and bones and sinew just everywhere. Mangled. Sybil and Brodicio, by the way, the bag is closed, and his reactionary bit on this turn is him looking up at you, and he is screaming as he is trying to scoop Belletta into his coat and out from under his hat. So Sybil, that was your turn. You did get the jump on that. Next in the initiative order is Winnie, and just so everyone's clear, it goes Winnie, Gartok, Ulrich, Bloodmane. And that was 10-10-9-6-4 on the auto roll, just so you guys know.
I think, so Winnie's pretty wise. I think she would actually tackle... I think that she'd actually tackle Sybil. Try to knock her to the ground to keep her away from getting back to that weapon, because she knew what it did to her before.
Well, the weapon's in the bag of holding.
Right, but
okay.
But now Brodicio could be next to get stabbed as far as Winnie's
concerned. I see
so
what
she's going to tackle Sybil to try to keep her down and not be able to attack anybody else. And bleed all over her so that she knows what she did.
Okay, so Winnie, why don't you go ahead and give me an athletics check, please? And then Sybil, if you are obviously trying... I mean, you see Winnie begin to lunge at you. If you are trying to dodge this, then please roll an acrobatics or an athletics check. Your choice, and this is a contest. Jesus Christ, an 8... Jesus. I forgot you're a big bitch, aren't you?
Yeah, I rolled a 16, though, to be fair, so it was a good roll.
I think she's going to kind of try and she's backpedaling immediately after. I do think that she would try not to get tackled, mostly because she doesn't want to get murdered.
Yep, I get that.
You should probably want to be tackled.
Cat knows this.
Yeah.
Sybil doesn't.
Holy shit, okay. So Winnie lunges at you, and as she lunges at you, I mean, look, when it comes to, you know, furries meet giantkin over here, Miss Winnie, and, you know, you, the gust of air, there's really no contest. Actually, it was almost a contest, but you backpedal far enough out of the way to not have any issue. Winnie, that's your action.
Okay, for my environmental, Winnie would yell out, It was the sword, don't kill her, and then... For my bonus action...
I think there's multiple mid-swings already.
Oh, there are, which was part of what I was hoping to shoot with, but, I think... Hold on one sec, sorry. Yeah, okay. Yeah, so that's gonna be it, I think. Maybe if I can use half my movement to stand up at the end.
Oh, you didn't fall down.
Okay, I just missed.
It doesn't.
Okay.
Yeah, I was adding flavor to the lunge.
All right, yeah. So Winnie's gonna try to like gather herself since she fucking missed, and also look down at her arms and realize what happened.
Yeah, you're pretty fucked up. All right, Gartok.
Okay, so I think Gartok's probably the most confused because he does not understand how all this magic worked. But he will, on a reaction, just I think the nearest thing he'd have on him is his blades. So he'd kind of just take them out, and I'm gonna bonus action cast Hunter's Mark on Cat.
Okay.
Hey, at least you can't get lost right now.
You know what? That's a good idea. That's like keeping the invisible leash on her. Oh, you're gonna go into the jungle? Hey, cast Hunter's Mark on her really quick so we can find her if we need to. All of a sudden, Gartok's like, why is she going off course so much? This is normal. Okay, so you drop Hunter's Mark, you feel that heartbeat. Boy, is her heart pounding. Anything else, Gartok?
Yeah, Gartok would probably go up to her and literally just kind of put the blades like by her, I guess, just against her.
Okay.
As like
So-
a warning, but on his face, like he seems threatening, but on his face he's more confused. Because I think in Gartok's mind's like, what did Winnie do? Why did you stab her? Is it because the guy didn't have poison? Like,
That's right. I forgot. All right, so yeah, you draw the blades. The Hunter's Mark kind of activates, and you kind of like begin to rush forward. You put a blade up to her chest, and then you kind of like confusedly begin glancing around, like, okay, somebody give me direction. What's happening? All right.
yeah, because I have two blades, I think it's like both kind of.
Oh yeah, do like the fancy cross blade at the throat thing. Like if you move, I'm gonna use them like
I have
scissors.
scissors. Yeah.
Hell yeah.
Yeah.
This
That's
is
all I'm gonna
the final ribbon cutting ceremony.
Well, you done made fucking ribbons, that's for sure.
All right, Ulrich.
All right, so I'm not gonna f around. I'm gonna stay, like, walk in between, like Winnie and Sybil, and get in between Sybil and everyone. I'm gonna put a hand on Winnie to cast heal, just to fix that right the fuck up.
Oh, thank you. There's
Oh
another
shit,
one on
okay.
my next turn.
That's 70 hit points or something.
70, yeah.
Okay, so yeah, he touches you, and there's just this fucking nova of healing energy, and as this flash kind of dissipates, when he looks down at her arms, and not only has your arm gone completely back to normal, but the fur has completely regrown, and there's no scar.
And just to confirm, my hit points are still reduced, correct?
You had no, because you had a long rest.
Okay. Thank
Anybody
you.
who had that hit point reduction from the undead fight, by the way, from the specters attacking you, that hit point reduction is all gone after the
Thank
long
you.
rest. Thank you for asking. I forgot about that. All right. Anything else, Ulrich?
No, I'm just trying to put like a body shield between Sybil and Bloodmane. I'm just gonna put it on Bloodmane.
Hey, Bloodmane.
Okay. I'm going to use my bonus action to rage.
All right.
And yeah, I'm going to get at Sybil any way I can.
I mean, it's easy. There's a lot of open spaces around her. Even with Ulrich standing there, you can friendly pass your friends to get behind her and smack her in the fucking dome if you need to.
Alright. And that's what I'm going to try to do.
All right, go ahead and give me some attacks.
I will attack recklessly.
Understood.
I'm not sure if you can see my rolls.
Yeah, that's weird. It's not coming through in roll 20.
I might need to reconnect something since it's on a new computer.
Your
I'm not
extension.
Oh, yeah, you
Beyond
might have
20.
to reactivate the Beyond 20 extension. That's okay, I'm looking at it right now. So, yeah, 20 does hit. 20 definitely hits. So go ahead and roll some damage.
Yep.
I'm gonna uncanny dodge on that
I had a feeling that was probably going to be the case.
because I would like to remain in one piece so I can at least apologize
Best
before
wishes.
I die.
Good luck.
All right, so that's 16 points of damage. Go ahead and roll the ice. All right, so that's 19, so that will be reduced to 9 points of damage. And then for the
I
second
feel
attack...
like this is not the one I should have uncanny dodged on.
Yeah, I think the rage bonus too.
Oh shit, that was an extra 3. Oh wait, no, that
Yeah.
was 4. Oh. So, hey guys, just so you know, it is raining here on the verge of potentially storming, so if for some reason we just DC, our power here is really finicky sometimes, so just FYI. We'll be back. Okay, so I'm sorry, what's the rage bonus, Kurt? It's at 3 right now or 4 for you?
3.
3? Okay, so then, Cat, okay, so that would have been 19, 20, 21, 22, so it's going to be 11 points, so take an extra 2 points of damage.
Okay.
Sorry about that. Okay, and then attack number 2. Alright, so... yeah, 16 definitely hits. I believe. I say that with such confidence, but I feel like her AC is higher. Nope, that does hit, okay.
No, it's just a 16 right now.
Alright, so we got 4 plus the 3, that's 7, and the dice say 11, so that's 18 total, reduced to not, no, you do take the full 18 because you only uncanny dodge the one attack. Okay, so you take 18 points of damage this time. Alright. Anything else, Bloodmane? So you rear up, you hit her, and you see she's desperately, she like makes this little squeak as she kind of like dodges most of the first blast, and as the head of the hammer reforms, you come back in and you hit her full force that time. She's got, you know, this big shard of ice sticking out of her shoulder. It's bleeding, and yeah, she's not bloodied, but she's wounded.
All right, that is all.
All right. Sybil.
Okay. So she's going to make a little bit of a squeak again. And then she's going to, so mechanically speaking, going to bonus action to disengage.
Understood.
I'm gonna go back here. No, good bonus action to disengage. I'm gonna go back here-ish. And she's going to she's gonna throw her weapons forward a little bit so they're on the ground, like in front of her, out of arm's reach, but not surrounded by the party. And then she's going to say, I'm sorry. I'm sorry, and it's that. And I'm going to take my action to dodge. And
Okay.
that will
Yeah,
be
so
what I'm gonna do. So she disengages, throws down her weapons, apologizes, and just puts her hands up in that like universal like I surrender, but her foot moves back a little bit so she can try and get the fuck out of the way if needed.
all right. So you have taken the dodge action, so any attacks against you until your next turn have disadvantage, and you have dexterity saving throws that are made with advantage as well. So, beautiful.
I don't think I've ever used the dodge action as Sybil, and I don't know why.
You know, I'm going to be honest with you. It is a super effective action, and it's very underutilized. But it's usually because everybody has cooler shit to do. But I always say, when in doubt, dodge it out. That's not what I say ever. But okay, so let's go to Winnie.
So now that she's healed. Okay, so I've been with him long enough to know when he's raging now, right? Like I
Oh,
can
it's
see his
clear as
eyes.
day. Yeah, there was no. As soon as his eyes shifted to that full black form and he went dead still in the face, I mean, all emotion gone, and just began to mechanically work on her. Yeah, you were like, okay, here we go.
All right, so I think that Winnie's going to. What a delicate situation you've put us in.
Me?
Not you, her.
She points at the DM and said it was his fucking item.
That's true. So I think that Winnie's going to Misty Step. I'm gonna use my bonus action to Misty Step over to here. God, I didn't prepare for being attacked by a member of my team. I think for right now, I'm gonna hold my action. If she tries to like take off, then I'm gonna try to grapple her again.
Okay. Well, so you are kind of standing over her daggers right now. She threw them on the ground.
Okay.
And she is there kind of like begging and pleading and I'm sorry, I didn't mean to, just kind of on rinse and repeat. Though she seems much more lucid right now than she has before in her other psychotic babbling.
Okay.
Which doesn't happen often, but you know, dead baby monkeys and all.
Yeah, I know. That's the kind of the torn space that Winnie's in right now.
Okay, Gartok.
I think at this point Gordog would sling over his bow. But she started apologizing, and now he's even more confused. 'Cause he still doesn't know what's happening or what's going on. So I think he'll go move like here. That's 20 feet. And I guess, again, just aim sights. If she tries and goes for a dagger, I'm gonna hold my action and say if she goes for her daggers, I'm gonna shoot.
Okay. Ulrich.
Well, that didn't work. I'm gonna go stand and face right in front of Bloodmane
Okay.
and look him dead in the eyes and be like, "I'll let you go if you can say you've never hurt someone because of a weapon before."
Ooh. Is there any facial reaction or anything from Bloodmane?
I wouldn't imagine so.
Okay. Any action utilization?
No,
Or- no. Okay.
trying to stare him up because I can't stare him down because I'm too short.
That is true. All right, Bloodmane.
Would that be effective? How well am I able to reason at this point while in rage?
I'll let you determine that. My opinion is that, you know, while you're raging, you can't cast spells because you don't have enough sense to bring that kind of thing to your mind, and you can't concentrate on anything, including, like, activating a magic item, because you don't have sense to do that. However, you're a little bit of a different case, only in the respect that you do have levels as a spellcaster, and there are things in you that kind of elevate you above that basic psycho berserker mentality. And you are not frenzying, you're raging. So it's kind of a 50-50. I mean, you hear him say it to you. I'll let you make the choice as far as registering that and doing what you will with it.
I will look at him and register that he is there, and I will drop my rage.
Oh, shit. Okay. So, Ulrich, you see him look down and kind of meet your gaze, and he takes a really overextended deep breath, and as he breathes out, you see the black in the eyes kind of almost spiral, like small whirlpools in his eyes down into his pupils before the color takes hold again, and you realize that he's chilled the fuck out. Anything else, Bloodmane?
That's all.
All right. Sybil.
She. Can you hold an action to move? Well, yeah, it'd be my bonus action because I can take my bonus action to dash, I think. Well, for
Yeah,
cutting
you'd have to utilize the movement for it, but I mean, I guess it can't really hurt anything, so I'll allow it. Yeah, I mean,
So my thought was, she's gonna continue. Like at the moment, she's staying still because she knows that if she does something, she's probably not getting out of this. So action wise, or bonus action, it doesn't really matter which one. She's going to dodge. But if Bloodmane comes towards her, looking like he's about to swing, she's gonna bolt. Because, yeah, that hurt.
yeah.
But it's just she mutters babbles a couple more apologies and then just kind of stops and just kind of looks at Winnie with the, eyes a little bit wide and just hands still up and just, sorry. I'm sorry. And that's all she's doing at the moment, is just preparing to bolt, but otherwise trying very hard to trust her companions, except for Bloodmane because he's scary.
So, at this point, Radicchio has kind of backed himself up against a tent, and he has put the bag of holding kind of like in between his legs, and he's got his feet kind of making a little point and kind of physically keeping the bag like on the ground. He has also drawn 2 wands and is holding them out in front of him in a very defensive posture. He's not making a move, but he is eyeballing everybody in this bloodbath. Winnie.
So Winnie is going to look down at Sybil, and she's going to say, "Sit." And I'm going to hold my action to use Thorn Whip if she starts to run.
Okay. Gartok?
Sits.
Lucy taking inspiration point. Good boy. Oh, Jesus. All right. Ulrich.
Still keeping look at it and be like, we'll talk about it. We'll work it out. Rash actions are not where we have ever made our best decisions. Let's just calm down.
All right. Bloodmane.
I will continue to stare at Ulrich.
Okay.
Some of it.
All right, so we're going to go back to the top, and I'm going to remove us from initiative order for now and go into a loose roleplay. I kept that there just in case I needed to facilitate murder. So, Radicchio's got the 2 wands out. He's kind of looking around and watching everybody. You see he's got there's this little gem near the thumb on his right hand, and he just keeps rubbing it, and once in a while you see the whole wand kind of vibrate, and he's sweating profusely. For the first time ever, you've seen this man sweat, and he's carrying around all sorts of crazy shit in that bag, which he should be sweating about daily. So he kind of calls out to everybody. Okay. Everybody okay?
I'll look at Radicchio and say, "You've got a deal on that sword."
He nods. He kind of glances down at the Vorpal greatsword and he says, "This is why you're my favorite customer. I like you, big guy. I like you." He kind of glances over. He kind of shouts over towards Winnie and Sybil, and he says, "And you? Everything okay?"
Winnie's just looking down at Sybil for a second.
Has Sybil
Sybil-
sat at this
Sybil-
point, or no? Was that command actually for Gartog?
No, it was not.
So Sybil, I think she just kind of, she does the hands up still a little bit into like half crouches, but she's a little scared to just full out sit down at the moment. Because, there's something just incredibly terrifying about the thought of sitting down when you know that your friends want to kill you. Some of them. So she does kind of like crouch a little bit and then just, I'm not gonna attack. But just, I'm not gonna attack. Does not respond to Bertio in any way, shape, or form. She's 100% focusing on Winnie right now and her still blood-covered form, even though she's not actively hurt.
Okay. What are y'all doing? He's slowly putting the wands away, and
I
now
think-
he's starting to like get your guys's, because you guys have there's a massive pile of stuff you guys are buying. He, keeping his back to the tent still and kind of watching, he just begins to slowly put all of the purchases in a small crate for you guys, and kind of just awaits.
There are
Winnie-
like 50,000 gold worth of stuff that we were mid-purchase of.
A few thousand, like
It
45,000.
was a lot. Winnie's going to actually crouch down and grab the daggers that she's standing over.
Okay.
A little bit.
She's gonna keep eye contact with Sybil the entire time. She's gonna crouch down, grab the daggers, stand back up, and continue looking down, but she's gonna say, "Yeah, we're fine here." And she's still staring down at Sybil.
On the side, you'll probably hear a "Can stand now."
She tries to maintain her composure, her scary composure. Yeah, you can stand.
Go fucking stand up.
Okay. So, I understand, since I've been through it before, that sometimes our weapons or items might compel us to do things. Do you feel compelled to do anything right now,
Besides apologize?
besides apologize?
No, I feel... This seems like a real bad time to say that I feel better than I have in a while.
Okay.
And Winnie, part of that initial attack was you watched her eyes went completely black and then flashed crimson, and then as she was bouncing back, they just spiraled back to normal, and she was like, "Oh fuck!"
And they're normal now.
Perfectly.
Okay, I want to insight check her anyway.
Okay, go ahead. Roll an insight.
It's a 17.
She seems as truthful as she can be.
Okay.
Doesn't seem like she's hiding anything. She seems pretty confused for sure,
Fucking terrified.
and scared.
You don't get to loot anything ever. You will still receive loot, but you will not touch anything until we have checked it over. If that's a problem, and she just points into the distance.
She does the real rapid fire, just head shake. Just, nope, not a problem. Nope.
Okay. She'll offer her hand to help her up. The daggers are in the other hand still.
She takes her a second, but then she'll accept the hand that she definitely doesn't need, but she'll accept it and stand.
And then when you look at her and say, "You probably want to stay in the shun corner for a bit."
This time it's not a head shake, it's a nod.
And she walks away with the daggers still in her hand. Walks over to the Jurassic Park scene over here. And as she walks up, she gently puts a hand on like Emig's like shoulder, chest up here to try to like center him. And she's looking him in the face.
As soon as the whole like situation is kind of like mildly dispersed, Ulrich's gonna break the stare and just hug Bloodmane.
I love
Thanks,
it.
thanks for listening, buddy.
I'm going to look very confused and surprised because I am.
Be a real quick one, and then he just kind of lets go and kind of like lets that whole like stress, that shrug off him, like he's like shaking it off like a cat or a dog. Like, look. I don't like having to get serious. Sucks.
Yeah, I will remain wordless. Very taken aback.
Emig. She'll switch to giant. Remember this. And she'll move her shirt to the side and show the various scars, one from the fucking weapon and one from when you transformed and bit the shit out of her.
Oh, the Wereshark one is really noticeable. It's got like that, you know, that half round, like you can tell somebody bit.
Remember that we don't always have control. I think she's fine now, and I think we have an explanation for most of her recent behavior.
We thought she was fine before.
Okay, let me correct. She's never been fine, and she'll never be fine, but she's less likely to attack us now.
I don't like those chances. How do your arms look? Are they completely healed?
Yeah.
Yeah, she doesn't have a fucking scratch on her. She's actually, like, perfectly healthy.
Did I dream that?
No, we just have a really good healer.
The one we need to keep alive. As for her, liability.
She is, but Mama Mundi put her in our care. We at least need to bring her back to Mundi. We can't abandon her in the middle of nowhere, somewhere she never would have ended up if it wasn't for us. That's not right. She also needs guidance. She's not gonna get it anywhere else.
By the laws of my people, she's already gone.
Would you
No
be
longer a she,
comfortable?
but an it.
Would you be comfortable letting her out of your sight?
Out of sight, out of mind.
Yes, but then she's somebody else's problem.
Then we end it in nobody's problem.
That's not my job or yours.
It may be mine. As I say that, I'm going to reverently hand over Zarias' fate to Timbers.
He takes the haft, and as he does so, you hear him kind of whisper to it, and you see the head of the mallet just kind of like crumble into ice shards onto the ground, and it very rapidly melts. And he looks it over, and he puts that in the bag of holding as well. And he says, in common, he says, "Well, that was very strange indeed. But if I have ever seen the epitome of a curse overtaking someone, that was it. Glad you can be rid of it. So, 45,000 gold 193 is what I'm owed. And I will begin doling out what I owe you." So you can so the base of this, the base was 61,210 minus 11,017 for discount minus the extra discount for the Zarias' fate, and that brings us to 45,193. Which if I'm not mistaken,
Right.
is still not even half of you guys.
Yeah, it's a little bit less than half.
Jesus Christ.
Yeah, so he gets Zarias back with some fresh blood on it.
Oh, hell yeah.
Yeah, so I think I'll probably just do it in. I mean, we have the coin purse with pocket plate, so I'll probably just do it in plat to keep it, or at least partially in plat.
You have 45,000 gold worth of plat.
No, I've got. Let's see. So we have.
Just add a 0 to the end of whatever you're looking at.
Yeah, we've got 5,600. Or sorry, 5,659 plat is what we have right now.
Holy fuck. So yeah, that's
Yeah.
50,000 in plat.
Yep.
Jesus Christ.
I think in our contract we're obligated to pay him in electrum.
Ah! Give me that
Yeah,
fucking great
stated
sword.
right.
Yoinks!
Yeah. All right. So I'm gonna go ahead. I'm just gonna start reading out the list. You guys can dole this out however you want. This was the final list of inventory. So one of you take notes on this, and then I'll let you RP the divvying up. Ready? We have 2 scrolls of Revivify, 1 scroll of Resurrection, 10 standard healing potions. That's just basic potion of healing. 3 greater healing. 2 superior healing. The quiver of Ilona. The sending stones. Then there was the Mantle of Spell Resistance. And the Vorpal Greatsword. Oh wait, hang on. There was an oil of... What the fuck was that? Hold on one second. I need to figure out what the oil was. One moment. I think it was an oil of sharpness, wasn't it? Or was it an oil of... what the fuck was the oil?
Yeah, the only oil I remember us dealing with was actually in Logan's campaigns. Now I'm trying to remember.
Give me one sec. Yeah, we'll call it the oil of sharpness. I just wrote down oil thinking we were going to finish it up last game. And I didn't
Yeah,
take,
none of us
I
expected.
didn't
with
take
it.
the extra note, so it's an oil of sharpness. Alright. So, yeah, that brings you guys... let's see here. Alright. Yep, that's everything.
Okay.
So,
So,
and then you removed the... So, yeah, it was 45,193.
so we'll do 4,500 plat, 193 gold.
Perfect. Done and done.
And it's removed.
Okay. And don't forget, you guys also owe 350 gold to
Yeah, I've got that.
Mylar.
Mm-hmm.
Excuse me, not Mylar, Ezekiel. Yeah, it was Ezekiel. Anyways. Okay, so he finishes kind of divvying everything out. He very particularly puts the Vorpal Greatsword into its scabbard, kind of wraps the strap around it, and then offers it up personally to Bloodmane because he knows goddamn well nobody else is wielding this thing. So you can add a Vorpal Greatsword to your inventory.
I'll hand the quiver to Gartok.
Gartok, you can equip a Quiver of Ilona.
The scrolls of Revivify, I'll hand 1 to Ulrich and keep 1 on myself, since we're the 2 that can use it. I'll
Okay.
keep the scroll of Resurrection. Who needs a healing potion?
10 standard, I'll take 2 standards. And maybe 1 greater.
2 standards and 1 greater. Okay.
Gartok will take whatever potions you want to give him.
Honestly,
Because I have none.
so when she hands over the quiver, she'll take 1 standard and 1 greater and hand that to Gartok, and she'll also, she'll say, "Thank you for having my back."
Wait, who did she say that to?
Gartok.
Oh,
Gartok's gonna look confused, because he's more interested in why Sybil attacked. But I guess he'll just say out of politeness, the little bit he has, no problem.
that's what he musters up.
And before we go into next bit of RP with that, while the purchase was being like handled, Sybil would have gotten out her this is strictly RP, gotten out her like healer's kit and started like trying to just like very much the hands starting to shake adrenaline crash kind of thing, starting to try and like patch herself up a little bit. And
Give me a medicine check.
oh boy. That's
Ooh, this uses wisdom, doesn't it?
yeah.
Shit, that's not bad.
Where the fuck was that roll when you were stabbing me in the arms?
Yeah,
It's close
right.
to poison. You know, it's just reverse poisoning myself.
Yeah, so you definitely you stop the bleeding. The ice has melted out where it hit already, and thankfully that has kind of slowed down the bleeding process too. But now that you're warming back up and the adrenaline is fading, you do manage to get yourself at least patched up so that you don't look horrific.
She's very much like starting to busy herself with that as I'm picturing her straight up just adrenaline crashing from this a little bit. So that's what she'll be occupying herself with during the whole spending a fortune thing.
Yeah, so I guess before Winnie comes over as well, I have something I want to do.
Okay.
So Gartok will move next to Sybil, and legitimately confused, not insulting or anything, or like condemning, but he'll just look at you and go, "Why?"
She winces a little bit. That's a really good question, isn't it?
Is it?
She'll stop a little bit as she was starting to fight with the bandage. Turn to Gartok. I don't entirely know what happened. I just pray that it's over now.
I hope so. Now, and he's gonna point a finger at you. No knife for you. And by the way, on the way here, he definitely would have like looked at his knives, looked at Sybil unarmed, but like I feel like in his tribe, if a child misbehaves, they just get their weapon taken away. So.
Sybil, for the record, is very much not disarmed. She lost 2 weapons. She's got
Yeah, but he's not
at
very
least
smart.
five more visibly on her. And so this, yeah. No, I think Winnie's going to probably hold on to those for a while. And she'll look down and start fighting with the bandage again.
If want later, maybe you can have mine.
No. I trust her. I trust her judgment. And she very consciously does not stray a hand towards any of the other weapons for not
By the
bringing
way-
attention to this.
Yeah. I'd like to point out the hunter's mark still on you. Not gone off. For the full hour, it's gonna stay on.
Okay. So Brodicio, he kind of gathers up all of his things and he says, anything else I can do for you before, you know?
No, I don't think so. And thank you. Thank you for, sticking around. I'm sure you probably could have gotten out of here very quickly, but we needed this.
Well, I wasn't going to leave a transaction with somebody I'm contractually obligated to serve, so... but now I think it's time for me to go. Reach out to me if you need anything in the future, and if you find anything that even seems remotely cursed, don't touch it with your bare hands, and allow me to investigate it before we make that decision.
Yes,
Now,
we had...
I have a few dwarves I need to go talk to about this 9 lives stealer.
Okay, thank you.
But, okay.
Sorry, I was just thinking...
You want to see my inventory again?
Well, no, I'm just wondering, are you
You know, I just
aware-
came into this magical rapier if you'd like to see it. What the
No,
fuck? Did you just show up with a plate of... Did you just show up with cookies? Lucy. You just showed up with a plate... Look at him. He's even got the fucking oven mitt on.
Is it cookies or is it pizza rolls?
Were those pizza rolls or cookies?
It's chicken nuggets, dippers, and strips.
My
Oh, that sounds
God.
amazing.
I miss college.
Can I have those, please?
Never mind. I'm hungry.
That is awesome. I just
So
love that you
mad.
just, like, walked in with the pan. You know that bitch just came right out of the oven.
And,
Why
listen,
dirty
it
plates?
says extra meat in the porridge, so I just went to get the extra meat.
All right. But all joking aside, if you come across anything that seems out of place, maybe better to not let your own weak-willed friends mess with it.
Yeah, we've got a new rule in place, so
Good. Well, call me if you need me.
take care. Thank you.
You're welcome. Baletta, say bye-bye. And he lifts the top hat, and Baletta kind of...
Winnie's face will soften and she'll wave.
And he grabs out, he pulls out this like pocket watch that was inside of his vest, pulls it to the outside, he pops the front of it open, he spins the dial a couple times and presses a small blue gem, and his body kind of shimmers, kind of illuminates, and then shoof, in a puff of smoke and a burst of blue light, he has left. He has teleported.
Okay.
What time of day is it?
About
9:30.
9:30 in the morning, probably closer to 9:45, 10-ish.
Okay. I'm going to kind of just silently trot off towards the river.
Okay. What were you guys doing with the rest of the healing potions and the oil and the cloak
yeah,
of
so-
the mantle and all that stuff?
I believe the mantle of spell resistance we were buying for Ulrich, so Winnie will hand that over.
Okay, you can add a mental spell resistance.
The oil of sharpness.
Yeah, and just so you know, so you guys know, essentially it just turns a single weapon or up to, I believe, 5 pieces of ammunition into a +3 magic item for 1 hour.
I really want to give this to Gartok, but I don't know if he'll understand how to use it.
It's just like a poison. You would either dip it or coat it.
Yeah, so I think she'd take the oil of sharpness, remembering why we bought it and knowing that we're not going that route. Because I'm pretty sure it was for Sybil. She'll bring it over to Gartok and she'll say, when we are fighting something that you shoot at and you feel like it doesn't hurt it as much as it should, you can try this. And she'll hand over the vial of oil to Gartok. And if you're ever not sure, just ask.
I think he'll look at you, and he'll look happy, and then just go, poison?
Sort of. Definitely don't drink it. Or use it on
drink
any of our
poison.
party members. No, don't do that. And then I did give, I don't know if you heard, but I did give a standard and a greater to Gartok. The sending stones, I believe Emig already has one, maybe give a sending stone to Gartok. And because he didn't get lost, but he got lost. No,
We could
she's gonna give
always
one to Ulrich.
we could also hold on to him and divvy before we split the party.
Yeah, I'll give one to Ulrich for now, just so that way if we do get split up, we're kind of all.
And I still have one potion of each of one
Okay.
Valkyrie, so I'm good on that for now.
Okay. All right. I think that's it. So everything else will go in the bag of holding. So I'm gonna put that in there.
Okay. All right. And for anybody who did pick up a new magic item, make sure that if it requires attunement, that you equip it. You add it to your inventory, you push the equip button, and then you got to scroll down to the bottom for the attunement. For the sake of brevity, everybody will be able to attune to their items throughout this day. So, as you guys, as Bloodmane begins to kind of walk off from the group, and Winnie packs up the rest of the stuff, everybody's kind of still hanging out. Winnie, you feel a kind of a staticky sensation rise up in your mind, and you hear the following, and you recognize that this is from Mylar. Well, hello. I wanted to inform you that the golden steeds from the pyramid of Namari Kotepik have joined your little legion, as well as these Lineshi Archer Corps, and they should be arriving tomorrow. Be on the lookout.
Okay. So Winnie would kind of nod, to nobody, and then look at Ulrich and say, I did just hear from Mylar. It sounds like we've got more joining our ranks, and they should be here tomorrow.
Well, that's good. Right?
Yeah. I mean, every bit helps. So.
Alright, I'm gonna go try and do some work with Sybil.
Okay.
If anything, I need to fix the giant bash wounds she has on the side of her head and arm now, so.
Yeah, that's probably not a bad idea. Yeah, just be careful because you're not supposed to die anymore, and she's pretty good at stabbing. And I know that I didn't take all of her weapons. I'm painfully aware of that, but
I'll be fine.
you always say that, and sometimes you're right.
Not dead yet?
I'm gonna check on Emig.
All right, so let's go ahead and we'll start with, since Emig is going down to the river and Winnie is following, we'll start with Ulrich and Sybil. What would y'all like to do?
Gonna look her over, see how bad she is.
She's wounded. She's definitely, she's not bloodied, but she's getting pretty damn close to it.
Alright, we'll do it the cheaty method, where I'll cast... Nah, we won't do the cheaty method. Just kidding. Pop a 4th level Cure Wounds into her. See how that goes.
Okay. 25. I believe that's pretty damn close to healing you to full. Not quite. She's still got a little teeny tiny bit, but she's looking way better.
And all the gauze she just packed into, like the ice holes that just got pushed out.
Ice hole.
Stupid ice hole.
Stupid.
I like that. Yeah. So, sorry. Go ahead.
She was in the middle of still just doing the stupid little unnecessary stuff with the healer's kit, just trying to keep herself busy, hands very clearly just like shaking. And then she jumps at Ulrich's touch for the cure. And then it's sorry, thank you. Sorry.
No need to be sorry. It's been a
I
day.
have every need to be sorry.
It's okay. We've all, we all haven't, but we've all seen the effects of what things that can overpower someone can do. Whether it be a curse, an item, a cursed item, it happens. It's about what you do afterwards that counts. You didn't, try and double down. You admitted the mistake. It happens. Fine. Going to take some other people maybe a little bit of time to realize that, but you'll be all right. Just again, we're going to continually just try to do better.
Should I though?
Yeah, absolutely.
Emig thinks. Well, I mean, it's pretty damn obvious what Emig thinks. Maybe he's right.
Or maybe he's wrong. I talked him out of it pretty quickly. Means there's some doubt there.
Or you're very persuasive.
Nah.
Just, well, when he took the knives that you all let me use, do you want the other ones?
Nope. I trust you.
That makes one of us. What if it happens again?
Well, you got any more mean, evil weapons on you?
I don't think so. But would I know?
Probably not, but again, I'm pretty sure in what I've seen so far that was at least 98% of the rapier. Can't say it's 100% because, well, I'm not 100% certain on anything because that's crazy.
DM question. When she thinks about the rapier, is she able to realize the effect it was having on her mind with her newfound clarity?
I won't give you that information flat out because you truly have no fucking idea. I will let you deduce whatever you as a player would like.
Okay. She just, her brow furrows a little bit and see. I don't know. I can't. I was listening, and then there was blood. I don't know if it was that or if it was something else, or maybe Emig's right and it's just me and I'm a liability. I don't know, but I trust you and I trust her.
What do you want to do? It's pretty early. You want to go sit in the temple and meditate for a little bit, try and get a little bit more underneath you? Do you want to go jump around in trees like you do? I can sit and watch because I'll fall and break my neck if I do it. I was told I'm not supposed to die anymore, so.
That is exactly how that.
She laughed a little bit. I do have some groundwork exercises I could show you if you wanted to learn, but
I'll probably hurt myself, but I'll give it a shot. I'll hurt myself. I won't die.
it might be better if I just go and sit in the room so I don't apparently hurt a monkey or Winnie or you, because it seems like every time I go and do that, something goes wrong.
Maybe you need to stop doing it alone. Let's go think about things we've done, because I've got some work I need to work on from, horrible acts I did early on in my life.
Yeah, we're a fucked up group, aren't we?
I think every group of adventurers is a little fucked up in their own way.
Yeah.
We might be a little bit more than normal, but it is what it is.
I mean, I don't think most groups of adventurers have a like chosen one on his umpteenth millionth like incarnation of saving the world. So
Umpteenth million and one's the first time's the charm.
no, because that means you have to die again. No.
Hey, I was told I can't do that anymore. So,
Okay, so then you better make the umpteenth million one
oh,
count.
this one, the one I'm on, is the umpteenth million and one.
Oh, okay. Well, that changes everything then.
I mean, it purposely just puts everything back into a cosmic balance.
And she like, it's that definitely the shaky smile, but she does smile, laugh a little bit, and just wherever you think's best. I kind of don't want to be alone, partially because I'm not entirely sure that if I run into like Emig in a dark alley or in a public square, that it's not going to go horribly badly. But I can't really blame him. But either way, if I could just kind of stay near you, that would be nice. Please.
Sure. Is Gartok still like sitting here?
Yeah, Gartok like right there listening to the whole thing.
He'll look over at Gartok and be like, "Want to go sit in a room and pretend not to think about anything?"
Okay. I was very confused because you guy walked up and he didn't want to interfere because he doesn't know how social conversations really work.
Well, we're gonna go just kind of sit in a room and meditate and or think about past actions, or just sit there and with a blank stare like Gartok will.
Yeah, you got that right.
All right. So you guys are gonna. I'm assuming gonna go back to your in room and just kind of chill.
Let the day kind of wash off a little bit.
I get that.
You just put yourselves in timeout. You're going to the room and you're thinking about what you did. That is what you just said, Casey.
Kind of was the plan.
It's deserved.
It's not as effective when you bring attention to it. Thanks.
That's what I do. That's what I'm here for.
Time out.
On the way to timeout. On the way to timeout, Sybil is going to just. Can we stop by the river? Maybe. I have a lot of mine and Winnie's, and I don't want to think about what else is blood on me.
Let's just be careful about what part of the river we stop off at. Maybe a little further north than we might think we want to go, just so we don't run into other hotheads at the moment.
I was thinking the other side of town. Gartok was in the river last night, and he found a very secluded spot that was very out of the way.
That's
So
true.
we could go there.
Yeah, you guys can easily go wash off on the Western River because Emig fishes in the east.
Good story, Gartok. Let's go. Because that's what that was. You're not getting lost.
Okay, so you guys are gonna head off and do that. So then we come to Winnie and Bloodmane. Bloodmane, you get down to the river.
Quick thing. Gartok's absolutely gonna crocodile again.
I love it. With just his beady ass eyes and snout sticking out of the water.
I am going to. I was just going to kneel down and take the blade out and attune to it. And while attuning to it, I was going to try and pray a bit as well.
Okay. Go ahead and give me a... I'll let you determine what direction this goes, so give me either an Arcana check or a Religion check, your choice. Oops, I forgot I gotta click on him. Alright, shit, that's actually not bad. Alright, so... as you begin to go through... Whoops, shit. God damn it, come on. There we go. As you begin to go through the attunement process, you kind of focus inwardly and begin to pray, and you begin to, go through that ritualistic routine of getting yourself familiar with a new weapon, which obviously for somebody like you is, more than a weapon. It's an ally. It's a confidant. And as you do so, the river just below you begins to swell ever so slightly, and the kind of normal, stale freshwater scent fades momentarily, and you get a whiff of salty sea air. And you hear the sound of crashing waves kind of grow. It swells in your ears before suddenly everything gets really deafened, like you have just slipped under the surface of the water. And you hear a voice reach out to you.
There we are. And what is this little morsel I see before you?
This is the blade with which I shall dispense justice.
Excellent. This great weapon has an even greater enchantment upon it. With this, you will cleave the heads of your foes from their shoulders, and I will watch and revel in the bloodshed.
What do I do with the shunned one? Maybe only death will make her whole.
There was a time, long ago, when the dead were refused access to the living. And I would have believed that to be the truth then. But the world has changed. If she dies, she will come back. And I fear she will come back as a spirit of vengeance. That is not something you want. While I don't believe she deserves to live, due to her own very low intellect and inability to wield weapons of power without succumbing to corruption, I do not believe it is your duty to snuff out her life force. However, what we have learned from her follies is that she is weak of will and must be kept away from anything that could potentially corrupt, because if it can, she will succumb.
Thank you for your guidance. I always appreciate it.
And I always appreciate your dedication and servitude. One more parting bit of advice. Within the next couple of days, many of your allies will falter and fail and fumble as your armies approach the hills of ogres that the crone has assembled. The crone is nothing to bite your thumb at. She is very powerful. She is very vicious. And she is relentless. If If you can find an opportunity to cleave her head from her shoulders, you must take it. If she falters, her ogres gain their sentience once more.
Understood. With your boons and your advice, I will become the maelstrom. I am the coming storm.
Will be the eye of the storm. Until then.
And suddenly you hear the waves kind of spin out of control, swell up again as you feel yourself cough, and you take a breath and you spit out a mouthful of salt water, realizing as you kind of come to that you've just been kind of sitting here, and you watch the river kind of recede once more down the bank as it was almost up and surrounding you in some way, shape, or form. Your clothes are soaked. The greatsword itself is soaked in front of you, but you do feel a full attunement. You understand what this thing is 100% and how it operates. And it is now calling to you. And it's with that Winnie, you hear somebody behind you, and as you turn around, Winnie is approaching you from the west.
Yeah, so I think that especially if he was clearly finishing up serving her specs, praying, whatever, she would just wait and then
Yeah, and you would have, just to be clear, because this all kind of happened like really fast, like what you would catch is as you are getting within eyesight, there is a small, almost hurricane of water spinning around him. He is the center point of this storm, and it's not huge. It's only maybe 5 feet out from him, and it's not spinning violently. It's very slow and meticulous, but the water is being fed by the river, and he is kneeling with the greatsword in front of him. His head is kind of down. He's breathing, but he seems like he's completely out of it. He's dead silent and just staring down. As you get kind of within like that 5-6 foot range, he takes a deep breath, looks up suddenly, coughs, and you see the water kind of spit out of his mouth, and all of the water around him splashes, kind of drops to the ground, and then quickly recedes back into the river.
okay. So once all of that kind of finished and died down, she would clear her throat to try to make herself known.
I will turn my head slowly and visually, nod. I'll pull a piece of copper wire out as she approaches.
Okay.
I'll point at you, and I am going to use message cantrip.
Okay. So yeah, as he pulls this little short piece of copper wire out from the spool, he kind of traces very quickly. I mean, it's just a 1-2, a very easy sigil in the air that leaves just a tiny purple trace before vanishing. You hear a single, very quiet word that kind of drips from his mouth that's followed by an echo that's about an octave deeper than his voice, and the message cantrip kind of flashes into existence.
Please. Sit.
She'll look around, and then she'll sit down next to Emig, next to the river.
I will continue to use the cantrip. What's on your mind?
It's opening up for me to be able to answer it.
Yes.
Okay.
Yep, and there is a so it's interesting because you are whispering but hearing each other as if you're speaking at full volume, and only to each other back and forth.
I think the main thing on my mind is just the weird situation that you've been placed in.
I don't think placed is the word for it.
What word would you use?
I've rose to this power, this position.
I'm glad that you embrace it.
What the gods and the unknown give you are gifts. Must always be embraced.
I don't know what to do about her.
We mind her. That's all.
Her eyebrows go up. You don't want to kill her anymore?
You'll look thoughtful for a second, which is unusual for that very dumb face. I don't think that it's beneath me, but it is no longer my concern.
I think she has just led a very either misguided or completely lack of guidance life and doesn't know how the heck to fall into line, which is ironic considering she was a soldier.
I've seen this before. Her mind is fractured. My mind was fractured too before. It's a bad place to be. But without will to control, to gain greater powers and attain higher heights, worthless.
Maybe you can talk to her. She seems to she seems to take what you have to say very seriously. In that short brief time when you two got along, I feel like she was the most adventurer type that she's been.
He's capable of great things, but I cannot fix her mind.
No, but you might be able to explain to her why it's a problem.
She knows, as I knew. I knew. She knows.
So how do we mind her then? You know I'm not gonna be able to leave it alone.
And I'm not saying we should. I'm just saying that we pay attention. Keep her away from things that will fracture her mind more. Or things that can trigger
No, she's
the
not allowed
descent.
to. Yeah, she's not allowed to touch anything. I told her that was the new rule. She's not allowed to, unless we've looked it over. She's not allowed to touch anything.
Perhaps it's not touching. Perhaps it's sheathing. What if she wears gloves? From now on.
I'd be willing to grant that to her if she actually sticks to this rule. That could be a privilege she could work up to. Gloves.
I don't see that she's in any position to deny that.
No, I'm just saying I don't want her touching anything, even with gloves right now.
That's fair.
She did comply quickly. And I truly believe in my soul that she did not want to nearly chop off my arms with daggers.
Who she is and who she isn't, you can't know. Only the gods can. She has something broken in her. And that is unknowable. That is why she must be minded. Anytime, any place, anything can set that off, can make it worse. She's not getting better. I don't know if she ever will. Not without death itself, but that is not my place to give her. Not now.
I say, like I said, we'll keep watch on her. I'm glad that you agree. To be honest, I'm kind of surprised you agree. But I'm glad because keeping her closer to us is going to help keep others safe.
I'll just kind of look back out over the water and let the messaging sigils drop.
Winnie will stay seated there as well, just kind of like, okay, that was as close to death as I plan on getting today, so I'm gonna just chill here and enjoy the moving water and the company.
And the greatsword.
And the greatsword, which is
It's a good-looking fucking greatsword, by the way. I mean, it's beautiful.
It's
like,
not an eyed sword.
No, it's definitely not an eye. I mean, it is eye, but it's not an eyed sword.
Yeah, how does it feel like attuning to it?
So as you pick it back up, because you were carrying it initially, and as you pull it from its scabbard, you kind of like lay it down. You flip it, the blade back and forth on your hands just to see how it feels. As soon as you go to test the blade, it fucking cuts you. Just I mean, we're talking a quarter pound of pressure, and your skin splits. And that's when you are like, oh, fuck. This thing has got to be ridiculously sharp. Taking a couple practice swings with it and getting it up and over the head. Obviously, the way it's weighted is much different than the maul, and its balance is unbelievable. It's not as weighty. It's much more finesse oriented in comparison to the hammer. And as you come to that final attunement, when you touch it, there's almost like a staticky sensation in your fingertips, like if you're rubbing your feet across the carpet and you zap yourself. It's like 5,000 of those zap points all at once. Like stick your hand to the grip, all the way up to where the cross guard is, and it just, it's like you can't let go. Like you are in control. You own this item. It does not own you. It's beautiful.
And thank goodness for that.
Definitely ready to spill some fucking blood with this bad boy. Okay, so, for the sake of brevity, unless anybody else has anything to do, there is just the remainder of this day. We'll say it's, like about 11 in the morning or so. I know you guys are going to go do some meditation. If there is anything of interest or specific that you wanted to do, let me know. If not, we can progress to the evening and then figure out where to go from there.
Not really, but I guess just a small detail. Gartok will move his arrows into his new quiver, which will disappear, and then he'll play with that instead of actually meditating.
Yeah, and oh yeah, I guess you guys meditating wouldn't really notice it, but yeah, like Gartok, because you know what the Quiver of Alona is, but like as you start dropping the arrows in, they literally just kind of like disappear into it, and then when you realize once you have control of how the magic works, that you just like put your hand over and you're like arrow, and it's just like, and it just rematerializes in your hand. You're like, oh, and you always know exactly how many arrows you have. Like as soon as you touch that quiver and say arrow, in your head there's just this mental note that automatically triggers telling you this is what's left. Okay. All right, so let's go ahead and progress time here. We'll see. Oh, go ahead.
It's a single thing that Sybil's going to bring up probably later in the day. Like, they've been meditating for a while. And then it's the Ulrich.
Yeah.
Do you think if we make it out of going and trying to kill the crone, do you think we could go back by... Well, I'd like to see my family for a little bit, if possible.
No, I wouldn't see why not.
I think it could help a little bit. I was thinking, and I was thinking about why why I even agreed to join and do any of this, and I think it could help a little bit.
If you think it'll help, I've got no problem doing it.
I understand if it timing doesn't work, but I was just if we can, that would help.
I think we can, once we get the Crone situation under hand, depending on, that other small problem we have that's going on in the world. Uh, Depending on how bad that is at the moment, we can make
No big
time
fucking
if
deal.
we can. If not, then I will try to do my best to make sure we make time for it in the near future.
She just kind of nods a little bit and then just goes back to genuinely like trying to a mix of meditation and prayer. So,
Okay. So let's go ahead and progress time a little bit. We'll say we'll cook it up to about 10 p.m. This is about the time you guys would be preparing yourselves for a long rest. And for the sake of brevity, we'll say that everybody has come back to. This is before we go back to the actual tavern room. Everybody will meet in the refugee camp as Winnie's mom. It has salted what was left over from the giant river eel from the day prior, and is preparing a hot pot, like a big salted hot pot. Kind of has like a bone broth, like miso-y base, but it's all fish bone. It's wonderful. You guys can smell leeks and. It reeks of leeks, kids. So you find yourselves back here. Nobody has to sit near Sybil, but she is here. And you guys are handed dishes, and there's just kind of a general revelry. Although outside of this refugee camp, it is very quiet among the community, like the Graders, like Motion Beat community, because everybody is aware that like there's a fucking army showing up tomorrow. There are like tens of thousands of soldiers who will be arriving, who are expected to arrive, and this whole place is going to turn into a zone of chaos for a couple of days.
Quick, hide the drugs.
Hell yeah.
Cheese it, it's the fuzz.
Alright, so does anybody have anything particular here, or would you like to indulge in your meal and go to a long rest?
I don't have anything in particular. I know that while we're sitting here, Winnie would be keeping Sybil pretty close by because she wants to be watching her. So,
Sybil's going to go in her shun corner realistically. So she's going to be probably a little bit back, but not far. And
Okay.
just kind of
Bloodmane is going to
silently
go sit in
eating.
the shun corner with Sybil.
Oh.
Oh, I'm going to die.
oh no.
The great sword is, and Kurt's like, out. It's out.
Well, she's
Gartog's
trying to
wherever
silently
is.
eat.
Yeah, Gartok, that's pretty much, you can get right up to the big pot in the middle, and Winnie's mother is, like, literally every time that you inhale the bowl, there is a fucking ladle coming out of the pot and giving you more, and once in a while she'll just kind of smile at you, and she just goes, "You're so hungry." And that's it. She just
She's
keeps,
in her happy place.
That's it.
She
Yep,
loves
she's just
feeding.
feeding. This is a loaves and fishes sort of ordeal, my friends.
Yeah, there's no bones left. That whole thing.
She's actually like trying to pick some of the bones out to like put in there. She's like, "Well, that saves me the trouble of somebody choking." All right, so Bloodmane comes and sits down in the shun corner. Winnie is kind of down there as well, but not on top of Sybil.
Right, yeah, I'm just sitting next to her.
Well, apparently Gartok and Ulrich are in the anti-shun corner. But yeah,
Unshun.
Sybil's
Reshun.
picking at the food. She's spent enough time. Like, she knows she needs to eat something, but she has zero appetite at the moment, and it's very obvious.
I'm going to use my message cantrip and just whisper, "Eat."
She probably jumps a little bit and, like, the bowl The bowl like sloshes a little bit, spills a tiny bit, and just she puts a hand to her chest, and then looks over at Bloodmane, and then takes a bite of food.
Yeah, so like the setup for the message cantrip is way more elaborate than the word that comes out. And at first you're like, oh, what the fuck is this? As, you know, this wire gets really slowly wrapped around, you know, his index finger, stretched out. Then you see the purple trace in the air and you're like, oh no, like, what is this? And then you just hear, eat. And you eat. And honestly, it's fucking delicious, by the way. Like, as soon as it hits your tongue, there is this sensation like, oh my gosh. For a moment, you don't have a literal flashback, but it does take you back to, like, being in a communal meal location with the troop, post-performance. Everybody is hungry, still riding that great performance high, and you kind of snap back to reality. And Bloodmane is maintaining this concentration on this little sigil as he's watching you spoon soup into your mouth.
Yeah, she goes through the motions of eating.
Once she starts eating, I'll also eat.
Okay.
Winnie didn't want to annoy her mom, so she just took a bowl without reminding her that she's a vegetarian. So any of the meat that's in there, she's ripping out and dropping in Emig's bowl.
Okay. All right, so everybody indulges in their meal. At the tail end of the evening, Winnie's mom brings around these honey-glazed, like, buns. They're essentially like a donut that was baked and not fried, and then there's a honey glaze over the top and these chopped nuts, these pistachios that are kind of dropped. Why do I do this to myself? I fucking hate
now we're gonna have to
being a
get
fat
them.
kid. What
We're
the
gonna
fuck?
have to go get some after this. Hopefully they have them at Freshway.
Hey, that reminds me. We found a macaroon lady down here. I kid you
yeah.
not. We had Orion and Ellie's birthday party last weekend. One of Ellie's friend's moms from kindergarten, just randomly, as I'm bringing the cakes out, she goes, "Oh yeah, did you know that I run a bakery?" I'm like, get the fuck out of here. She's like, "Yeah, I specialize in macaroons." And I said, "Shut the fuck up." And then everybody left because I just screamed at
party
this
was
woman at the top of my lungs, "Shut the fuck up." No, that didn't happen. Yeah, so anyways, we found a macaroon lady. Okay, so the evening goes on. Everybody's brought dessert. The fire kind of dies down. It's probably pushing, 11:30 or so. Even the refugees have started to kind of bed down for the evening. However, throughout the course of the night, they do approach the refugees, those who you guys actually like pulled from the rubble, from the oasis, and they do take very particular amounts of time to not bother you, but to come up and just put a hand on your shoulder and just say thank you. Probably 4 or 5 people from that group kind of make rounds and just make sure that they tell you how appreciative they are of you.
I think Winnie would probably hug them since they're from her hometown.
Yeah, and you get a little bit of extra attention, like they will accept a hug from you, especially because, these are people who literally have known you since you were born.
Right,
And
yeah.
most of them. Okay. All right, so you guys then head to the tavern where you separate into your respective rooms and you bed down for the evening. Anything last second for this day, for this beat, before we move on? Perfect. So why don't we do this? So you guys are awaking the morning of the 25th of Jury. We'll say it's about 8 a.m. Ulrich, you are officially at a -2. And you are all awoken to a horn being blown outside that is echoed throughout all of Zlagmoshenbeek. In the cold morning air, there is a very audible brrrr. All of a sudden, from down the hall, you hear armored boots and people banging on doors. And you hear, "The army's arrived! Everybody up! The army's here! Everybody, let's go! Troops are moving into the city now!"
I feel like
I
I'd
think
get up.
Sybil. I'm sorry. I think Sybil like woke up like reaching for like the blades that aren't currently in the spot, and like feet are already like swinging over the side of the bed to go for boots as she's like mixed between like guard mode of well trained, you hear the horn, you start moving, and the panic mode of the past few months. She tries to do two things at once, neither of them work, and then she kind of fully comes to.
All right. So you guys, you begin to get yourselves up and active, kind of start slinging things over. As you come out, nobody is panicked that you're about to be attacked. This is just, we need to make preparations because we're about to get really, really dense. Now, the contingency here of the army being stationed here is that they had to stay outside the city. They're only going to be here for a couple hours because they're going to head straight down to Demon Spring. However, they are out and about. As you guys specifically exit, there is a Zlagmoshun Beak guardsman, a captain, with 2 lieutenants and a handful of non-commissioned officers that are waiting in the tavern, like, main room, specifically looking for you guys. And he the captain puts his hand up and he says, "The troops are assembling just outside the city to the northeast. They are requesting, or I am requesting, if you would like to come and see them off before they march on the Crone's encampment, that now would be the time. They are going to have a small layover just outside the city, I believe until noon today, and then the intention is to begin making the march to the south. They're at your disposal and ready for whatever you may need of them at this point."
Thank you very much. We certainly will go see them. Winnie will get all her shit packed up and kind of wait for everybody else.
Okay. So he kind of gives you like a half bow and then this, kind of like uphanded salute. He turns and then him and his contingent leave. Okay, so why don't we do this? That's going to set the scene for today. It's 11:53. Why don't we break until about noon, little after noon. We're going to go get the kids situated, grab a snack, refill water, and then we'll kick off the second half of the game. All right?
Sounds good.
Okay, we'll see you guys in just a few.
Yep.
Thank you all for not murdering me yet.
Yeah.
Yeah, damn it, you beat me to it. I have reached back down so I could push the talk.
That would be why I said yet. I'm well aware of the situation we're in. Maybe I'll just, sacrifice myself to a crone and everything will be fine.
I'd rather you not. You still have to buy me poison.
Yeah, well, if I die horrifically, then I get out of that obligation. And besides,
Oh,
you
damn.
can't tell me if I bought poison right now that I wouldn't get my ass killed.
I'm sure you'll be fine. Besides, it's not for you, it's for me.
Yeah, no, officer. I promise it's not for me. It's not what it looks like.
Yeah, it's for me.
All right. Give everybody just another minute or two. Oh. Fucking Pistachio tried to get away.
Yeah, Lucy. I don't know if anybody has caught it, but he does that for my benefit quite frequently.
I try it to every session. I do forget sometimes because the sessions are just too intense.
Mm-hmm.
I have an entirely thematic question. Did Sybil have horrible, awful dreams last night, the way she's been?
Nope. Not a fucking one.
Okay, and woke up with the same clarity that she had after the evil sword went away?
Yup. Boy, it's like something was
Yeah.
driving her to do weird shit.
You know, now it's going too good. I don't trust it.
Well, that's because it's the silence before the hag fight, so.
Yeah, that's fucking fair. I am,
Enjoy it while it lasts.
you know, yeah. Historically, Sybil has done decently in hag fights. She normally
That's
runs
true.
off on her own, watches as Bloodmane gets caught by magical snare traps, and then stabs the bitch to death. So, like, she has a system.
Sometimes she gets kidnapped.
You know, that was one time. Just one time.
So far.
Historically,
The other time she
she's
gets
still
lost.
done pretty well. She hasn't gotten lost with hags. She gets lost in like peaceful, serene areas, like the middle of a fucking desert. She's like, I'll scout. I've never been in a desert before. It'll be fine. Yeah.
Yeah, you're like, how hard can it be? Look, the sand, I leave footprints. Duh. And then you turn around and you're like, oh, I fucked up.
Also, I don't leave footprints. Oh no. Her own air is obscuring her tracks behind her. Yeah, I have multiple notes that just say, get a map, and it's underlined like 6 times. Do not scout without a map. Plan A, do you have a map? It's listed in like 4 different spots. Not that it'll help, but, you know.
Who needs that? Just wander around town forever. Eventually end up in a river.
At least your river had a source of water. My desert did not.
That's true.
And you can crocodile? I technically also can crocodile, but we don't need to talk about that.
I can too. Just have to turn into a crocodile.
Join the crocodile side.
You know, we could just turn this into a whole aquatic campaign. Ulrich's the only one that would really have an issue with this.
Nah,
No
I
way,
got
he
him.
can
breathe
polymorph. The dude's been a fucking whale before.
I'll
You're right.
Make him breathe water.
You're right. Who needs the world breaker when we can just go to the resort and swim in the ocean for forever?
And he'll just live underwater. It's cool.
I'd like to point out that I cannot water breathe.
I got you.
Yeah,
You can hold your breath for a little while, can't you?
I also can't whale anymore.
Oh, that's right.
Oh no.
Water breathing lasts 24 hours.
My Thursday campaign. We have. There was a restaurant that we went to a lot to like meet up at and stuff. And there was one day where it purely as flavor. The DM was describing, this girl that was trying desperately to handle this place alone. And what we were what we were supposed to take from it was that, the big important person that normally runs this restaurant was doing scary things. What we took from it was, okay, so now we need to cover the lunch rush forever. So we'll be in the middle of like, we had to go and evacuate like a couple blocks the other day, and it was to like, okay, but we gotta hurry because the lunch rush starts in like an hour, and it's become a whole thing. So going and swimming in a resort forever and avoiding the main plot,
Sounds
you
awesome.
know.
Yeah, I can hold my breath for up to 15 minutes at a time.
That's a long
Well, we
time.
may need to do something. Yeah, that's a long time, but when you're going deep ocean fucking diving, that's not.
24 hours of water breathing. We're fine. It's fine.
That 15 minutes is enough time to get Winnie over to you, usually. And then you stop drowning.
It's funny, right? So I don't actually have water breathing. I can just hold my breath for 15 minutes. Just like how I can't actually see in the dark, I can just use blind sight to see 10 feet away from me.
You're making do.
You know, you might be a fucking weird lizard man, but you're still, like, Gartok is still goodest boy, regardless of his weirdness.
It's one of my favorite clips of all time.
I literally had things I wanted to do, but the second you said sit, I'm like, okay, plans changed.
All right. All right. Give me just one moment. So you guys are all waking up at this point. You're kind of coming to, getting yourself situated. You are arming yourselves. You are being handed food kind of to go, kind of like buns in these like little cloth wraps that have like a pat of butter in them. And then like on top of the bun is just like 2 strips of bacon. And except for Winnie's is very particularly noted because this guy has been dealing with you guys for a while. Yours has vegan bacon. No, I'm just kidding.
Oh.
It's no, you've got like, you know, it's like dehydrated seaweed and all sorts of gross shit.
Disgusting.
All right. So what do you guys want to do?
Eat. There are food.
Actually, Sybil's gonna speak up a little bit. First, she's gonna ask a clarifying question. Like, this is as we're eating and stuff. She says, today we're going to kill the crone, right? And it's the first thing she's voluntarily said since, you know, trying to, you know, since she went into timeout.
That's the plan, yes. Actually. And Winnie will take out the foul blades. She'll hesitate just for a second, and then she'll hand him over like a nurse would hand him over to a surgeon so that the, you know, the grip is going to Sybil.
She will also hesitate. And then she'll take him, and she's going to kind of turn him over a little bit and look at him.
She didn't even clean them. Her blood is still dried to the blades.
Okay, well, that's a thing. Okay, she's gonna look at him for a moment, and she's gonna go. Her expression's gonna kind of go a little bit serious, like more so than it was. And then she's going to start to just speak. It starts a little bit hesitant and gets. It's all very hesitant and very. It starts hesitant. It stays quiet. She speaks, and she just recaps the last couple of hag fights, but, you know, flavoring them so that, you know, it's not talking about the horrible, awful things that happened. It's focusing on the parts where it, you know, succeeded, stuff like that. So that she spends about 10 minutes just kind of going over the last ones and just finishes with a, You know, guess what I'm really trying to say is this bitch doesn't stand a chance. And then
And as she finishes that, that speech, even those of you who are hesitant and are still really mad and believe that she should be in timeout for all of eternity, you actually feel inspired. It's weird. You shouldn't. You might not be happy with her still, but God bless it, was that not an inspiring speech? So everybody is going to gain a temporary hit points that I believe are going to
13.
be 11. Yep, 13. Okay. And that's that. So you have to go ahead and add your 13 temporary hit points, and that
And
stays.
they last until they're used for this one, which is really nice. Also, I'm using a hit die from last night to just, finish. I was down 4 hit points, so.
Okay. All right.
I'd like to point out that when you give Sybil's blades back, Gortok will hand his blades to you and be like, "You want to carry these instead?"
Oh,
Hands the blades to
to
Winnie.
Winnie.
To Winnie, yeah, my bad. Sorry.
Well, why don't you hang on to these, just in case? And she'll hand them back.
Okay.
Thank you, though.
The goodest of boys.
Such a good boy.
All right, so you guys are kind of led out of as you guys exit. There, the contingent of officers are outside, and they kind of lead you down and through the center of the city, and you guys kind of exit to the northeast. As that happens, you see a courier. He's flying a courier banner, and he's got just saddlebags strapped over this this mare. Kind of comes riding up to you guys. He pulls a scroll out, and you've never seen this guy before. His heraldry is Zlag Moshumbeak, but he also has these ribbons that are kind of strapped around his left shoulder, like these cords, and you recognize that to be with the Couriers Guild of the Wildlands, meaning like the National Couriers Guild. But he is wearing the tabard of Zlag Moshumbeak. But he reaches down and he says, believe this is for you lot. And he kind of like pokes this scroll over towards Ulrich.
I'll take it. Thank you very much.
He kind of throws up the salute to the officers and then to you, and then he bolts kind of out towards where you're being led, out towards like the army area.
I'll open it up and try and give it a quick read.
There you go.
Oh, goody. And I'll pass that over to Winnie.
Okay. So, Winnie,
Okay.
there you go.
All right. She'll kind of sigh. She'll sigh out loud. And then she'll just hand it over to Emig.
I'll read it.
Like how Ulrich made her deliver the bad news to Emig.
I'll impassively pass it on.
You've got Gartok and Sybil left. Who do you give it to?
Yeah, Gortok can't read.
I figured.
It's not going to Gartok. Let's be honest.
Oh,
It's going above Gartok.
it's going to the Shun corner. Okay.
It's going to Sybil.
Okay. She's gonna read it, and just her eyes are gonna close for a second, and she's going to take a deep breath, and then just kind of nod and hand it. Start to offer it to Gartok, and then catch herself and hand it back to Ulrich.
Winnie will look at Gartok and say,
Gartok looks sad. He didn't get what everyone else got.
Winnie would look at Gartok and say, so unfortunately, a group we were hoping to make allies has fallen to the big bad guy.
Okay.
Okay, Sybil would remember this. Cat doesn't. Have we explained to Gartok the World Breaker yet?
Absolutely not.
No. You
He's
haven't.
just been hanging out
But
with
you
us
do
killing
have a
hags.
map that you can kind of show him, because you guys have been marking off on the map, I believe, like places that have fallen, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, and he's just told this is a really big prayer from the blue dragon, whose name I should really remember but don't.
So Sybil's going to follow up on what Winnie says. What we are going to handle today is a much smaller problem. And we should, when we are finished today, over drinks tonight, we should probably tell you about the rest of it. It's just like she was going to go into it, and it's like, yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
So the group is, so you guys are led then out, literally all the way out the northeastern edge of the city, and as you exit, you kind of crest this hill. That's maybe 50 or 60 foot incline by the time you get to the top of it, and as you do so, you begin to hear commotion. As you crest, you see an absolute ocean of bodies. Glancing over quickly, and even the smartest of you, as you see all the individual units rank and filed almost perfectly, as if they were awaiting you approaching, you count no less than 50,000 individual bodies. Within this group, just as a refresher for you guys, and this is in your guys's journal, but the Ashford militia is here, the Banalk Berserkers, Delvandi militia, the Gux War Dog Riders, Mandalari Spear and Chain, the Mandalari Tribesman Unit, the Mungari Sea Slingers, the Pyramid's Golden Steeds are actually out front. Stillwater Archers are here. Stillwater Infantry is here. The Tempuri Ballista Regiment is here. Zimbaldi Infantry. And then joining right now is these Lagmoshumbeek Infantry Mages that are kind of like coming up and out of the city because they obviously have been stationed here pretty much the entire time. And then you also see these what remains of these Laneshi Archer Corps. Not much, by the way, because they did get decimated and are still recouping their ranks after the last time they were called to battle. And then the Laneshi Infantry is out there as a full regimental unit. So, as you guys kind of crest up and over, again, 50,000 bodies easily between all of these groups. There are war machines, you know, everybody that... It's wild. And actually, I would wager to say that none of you, including Bloodmane, who is probably the most martially apt one of the lot, has ever seen a fighting force of this size and at this level of organization all in one spot. It is a fucking sight to behold. The captain kind of walks up behind you guys as you overlook, and he says, "Your troops are ready to move at your command, but I would at least advise that we allow them a couple hours rest before we send them to the southeast. During that time, perhaps myself, my officers, and you can discuss what our intention is for plan of attack."
Winnie will nod, but she's gonna look over to Emig.
I'll just nod, and kind of defer to his expertise. This is a little bit out of Emig's depth. No pun intended.
He nods back and he says, "Very well. If you are interested in any regiment inspection, now is the time. You're free to move among the troops, and if not, I will give the order to set camp, and we'll go from there." He kind of quietly and awkwardly stands there and waits for somebody to say something.
Absolutely agree. Let's let them rest, get ready, and then we'll start movement. So let's have them set camp, get them off their feet for a little bit, get them some food. Soldiers fight on their stomach anyway. So
Very good. With that, he looks to one of the lieutenants behind him and he says, "Go ahead and give the order to dig in, and we'll go ahead and rest and recoup." He says, "Very well." He turns and he walks off to the east along the ridge, and he gives an order to you see a bannerman, and the bannerman puts his banner down, pulls a couple of flags up, and begins this set of signals with this flag, and you hear a series of horns and drums kind of ripple, almost like water being broken on a still pond throughout the troops, and you see the troops very slowly and very meticulously begin to kind of disband this massive formation and begin to go about their business resting. So the captain turns to you and says, "If you'll follow me, please, we can discuss over here." And he leads you then to a command tent, brings you inside. His lieutenants, he sits at the head of what is a large round table, and his lieutenants kind of get chairs pulled up. They start pouring you guys, yes, it's like 9 o'clock in the morning, 8 o'clock in the morning, but he begins pouring like swill. Just, something to wet the whistle and make you a little loosey-goosey. And then they bring over water, food, and then they lay a large map down on the table. So, the captain looks over the map on the table, and he says, "So, there are a few things to note about Demon Spring, at least from what our sources tell us. The regiments of ogres are here in the southwest, the northwest, directly north, far to the northeast, and then there is a unit that hugs very close to the mountain ranges, just before the mountains actually become volcanic in nature, and there is a unit down there as well. Now, mind you, dead center, there is also what we are assuming is personal god of the crone. Our anticipation, and we are open to discussing this, is... Give me a moment to pull up my drawing thing. Here we go. So, our suggestion is this. We know that the mountains start here and block off any route, creating an effective wall there, and up to the northeast there. So, that, luckily, gives us a very wide arc of attack and a very focused motion of attack. So, what we'd like to do, thankfully for us, we know that ogres are slow as lice on a long-haired dog. So what we'd like to do is we would like to bring the troops in, potentially the artillery before anybody, and we will pepper the first 3 units of ogres with artillery. They, we assume, are going to march on us, and the rear formations of ogres we are anticipating bringing up the reinforcement route. Now, we are not sure exactly how it is going to go down as far as what their own defensive capabilities are, but I'm pretty sure that it's close to nil. So, we'll pepper with artillery for as long as we can. As soon as the artillery has faded, we will unleash hell with all of our archer corps. Now, thankfully, again, the ogres are very, very slow as far as we are aware, so we will pepper them as hard as we can with the artillery and the archers until they are within charging range, and that is when, and he kind of points towards the edge of the tent. Obviously, there's no windows or anything, but he points and he says, "Those damn golden steeds." I'm not sure if any of you are aware of exactly who or what the Golden Steeds are, but they are an organization within the pyramid of Namare Kotepik that has existed for as long as our history here in the Wildlands has been written, as the most devout, mounted force of paladins we've ever seen before, and we are confident that they will drive a hard line straight through the ogre regiments. And what we are hoping to do is to kind of funnel them in to split the ogres, and then from the outsides, as that split is being drawn, infantry. We have a lot of it. We will funnel the infantry in, and hopefully surround them. So we will create this interior portion, this V of paladins, and then get the easily 15,000-20,000 infantry troops around the ogres, and from that point in, it's just a matter of playing a game called Sandwich. So that's the anticipation. We are aware that we will be losing a lot of troops. We know that when ogres hit, they hit very hard, and these ogres are no normal ogres because they are being controlled by a gigantic... Well, actually, I'm not entirely sure how big it is, but we know that there's a crone in there, and obviously that's not great. While we are handling this, as soon as the artillery begins, I want to get you lot into the inner camp. We can do that via teleportation. That is not going to be an issue, I don't believe. But what we want to do is we want to get you into this inner circle here. This is where she resides. At least we believe this is where she resides. We cannot see into this camp through our divination specialists, as there is something protecting it. Not surprising considering what this entity is, but we know that the source of all of the negative energy are coming from here. So if we can get you in here, then you do what you have to do. At that point, I step back and I continue to manifest great things with this wonderful army.
It sounds like very well thought out. My strength is certainly not in combat, but I can't see any other way of doing this that would make us come out on top.
Winnie, you created an army before, and now you already have one at your back. Your strength is exactly here.
She looks like she's trying not to be complimented. But she fails. Thank you, Sybil. So the best way to get to the center...
Sandwich game. I can play. So we can manage to get a teleportation circle at least right outside. I mean, we have a point that we can see, and you know, if you have any talents or abilities or magic that can allow you to pierce through the shroud that is currently keeping this place obscured, we can make do with that as well and get you even closer. But you know, we don't know what to expect in there. Now, my professional opinion would be that knowing entities of great power who are leading armies of willing or unwilling, in this case, individuals, there is a very good possibility that the best of her personal guard are inside this encampment with her, or with it, we assume. Excuse me. So that's definitely something you're going to want to be prepared for. My assumption is that it will not be a very conversation-heavy experience. But I could be wrong. I've never encountered... Actually, in my personal career, I've never encountered a hag, let alone a crone. So this is all first for me, but I've heard that they're terrible. Very manipulative, very powerful.
Really annoying.
Understood. Now, the good thing is, what we are anticipating anyways, is that because these ogres seem to be controlled in some way, shape, or form, and ogres, we've known these ogres, the Demon Spring ogres, for a millennia here in Zlagmotionbeak, and we've always had a relatively peaceful existence around them. There have been hiccups in the past, but nothing we couldn't work through. So, the fact that they are as aggressive as they are right now, I believe there is some sort of control magic holding them kind of bound to this crone. So, hopefully, we won't have to slaughter every single one of them, and they may just come to once the magic is faded, if you can end this entity's existence. So, I'll leave you with that. I'm glad you enjoyed this plan. I will have any points over his shoulder. This is one of my sergeants here, and he kind of like just pokes the guy. He says he will be able to get you to the mages. They are going to be in the tent next to us on the left to perform the teleportation. We will let you know when it is time, when the assault has begun, and we'll go from there. Now, as far as the... so it's early right now. It's about 8:30 or so. We'll give the troops until noon. Then they'll move, and they should make it to the encampment within 4 hours. So probably mid-afternoon today we'll be ready to go. If we don't have any hang-ups. So I'll leave you with that. And he kind of stands up straight, and he
Thank
turns,
you.
and he says, dismissed. And he, not to you guys, he dismisses his crew, and then they turn and walk out, and then he also leaves kind of behind them.
Okay. So I think maybe we need to have a plan of our own before we run in there. Things are never exactly what we expect them to be, and if we plan ahead of time, it might help us with survivability.
All right, so the things we were probably going to have to contend with is whatever her guards are going to be and the crone itself. So what do we like? We know what we know about crones. Oh, that's what I dang.
If we're right about what type she is, she could be more physically just awful. I think that's the technical term too. So hopefully that sword of yours cuts very deep. And she obviously looks at Bloodmane.
I think one of the things that I will make sure I have ready is to drop Beacon of Hope, because that'll help with some of, if she does have those mind altering spells, they generally have to do with
Excuse me.
the ability to resist that kind of stuff, and that spell will help with that ability. That, and it'll also make my healing more effective for as long as I can keep it up, but it'll probably be one of the first things I do. And then, we'll throw a bunch of cows at them again, because that always works.
I'll try.
Cows,
I
actually,
also,
whatever, I mean,
I also could use fairy fire, initially to try to keep her from being able to disappear on us. But if I do that, then there won't be any cows.
one of the things we're gonna have to, because this is probably gonna get really, really frantic. Possibly, depending on, because again, we don't know what's in there. And it's gonna sound really contradictory, but stick together but spread out. Like, do not
Garthog looks
stay.
confused.
We can't. We have
Stand in a line.
right. We have to be close to so we can support each other, but we can't be all over the place where we're not getting support. But we also
Right.
can't be so close together that we're a convenient fireball target.
Right.
Sybil looks a little like she looks a little uncomfortable, like she has a thing she wants to say but doesn't want to say it. Um, I have I have a little bit more that I can put into the blades, but I don't want to do that if we don't think it will be safe.
The problem is we don't know what we're going up against, and if something like that would even be an effective affront. But
Well, if it's not effective, I just don't have to twist my wrist if I stab her. But if we think there's any chance that it could get used against us, then I won't use it. But I wanted to ask.
it's a hag. There's always going to be a chance that any one of us could be used against another. Like, it's happened time and time again. That's something we know for sure has happened. So, but we also can't just, cripple ourselves because we're afraid of that. Like, we just have to go in with the fact that hoping that we'll be able to shrug off that. History has not really shown that as to be a relative thing for us.
If you start feeling inclined to do things you normally wouldn't do, focus on something that centers you and brings you back to yourself. So, whether that be remembering flipping around in the trees or dancing on stage, whatever it is that brings you back to yourself, you need to use that to steel your will.
Azaki and Ulrich have both helped me a lot with that. But I don't know. If it's just a matter of that, I think that I can handle it. But if it's a matter of standing up to their magic, well,
None of us have a great chance at that. Actually, I feel like Ulrich probably has the best chance at this point.
The beacon will help.
well, if we're leaning towards not crippling ourselves, then I'm gonna use what I have left. Also, I really don't want to be a drain on things, but I don't have all I've got left is the one healing potion in the injector. And I as we know, I kind of have a tendency to fight in a slightly different part of the room because that tends to make things easier to stab.
So you need more potions. We've got
Yeah, if we
Garthog will hand you one of his.
no. It's
I'm not sure which one.
Bartok. It's okay. Winnie would stop it anyway. You hang on to those in case you need it or one of us is dying, and then you can make us drink it to bring us back. We've got plenty. And she'll go into the bag of holding, and I'm gonna pull out. A superior and a regular, and hand it to Sybil.
she's going to take them. You said a superior and a regular.
Yeah.
Okay. Then I would just. Then she's going to work to get both poisons that she has left from the water skins into the daggers. So one's a diluted serpent's venom, and the other is just serpent's venom. And I'm gonna fill the blades with those. Beyond that, my only housekeeping thing on for the day is if I can roll my Wand of Fear recharge that I never remember to do, so I can actually use it today, maybe. Because that gets recharged automatically at dawn.
Yeah.
It does. So roll d6.
Yeah,
It's
if
a
I was
D6, right?
smart. Yeah, it's 1d6 plus 1. If I had been smart about this, it would be solid today, but I wasn't. So never mind, it's solid.
Pretty solid.
Thou shall not fear today. Okay.
You should feud fear.
I don't
Shall
want to
fear.
have fear. I want them to fear. Thou shalt
Rabbit
fear
screams
just
more.
enough.
All right. Any other preparations?
Do you need me to roll to be able to fill poisons?
No.
Cool.
But you guys all watch her in this tent pull out poison and begin to fill the blades.
From water skins at the moment. She just looks like she's pouring from water skins into daggers. It's a little weird.
But you've been doing this for like multiple days now.
Yeah.
Same
Yeah,
shit.
this is horrible.
Do I know how long this oil of sharpness will last?
Yes, it's 1 hour.
Yeah, then I will not.
Yeah, please don't.
I guess whenever we get closer, I'll use that. For when we
Okay.
of course.
I can't think of anything else we need to do. I'd like to maybe just walk around and speak with troops before we go. I think it's important for them to know that we appreciate that they're here, that we're going to be out there too. You know, we need to make sure that we're keeping spirits up. This is not an easy time. So when you'll kind of gather her things and wait for a second, and if nobody comes with her, then she'll go out on her own and just kind of schmooze for a little bit before it's time for the...
Okay.
I'll go with-
All right, perfect. So you guys go out and into the crowd, into the sea of troops, and you just kind of begin to talk and interact, and you spend the next couple of hours before you like time kind of starts to go quick as you are making your way through many units. You're introduced to some of the leadership of said units. You're introduced to some of the veterans, including the veterans who survived, some of them who were wounded in the first battle they were asked to take part in, which is the one that you guys had orchestrated against the orcs that were off to the east. And then there's a horn that sounds from up on the hill. This is, 4 hours or so later. And as you all kind of instinctively, you two look up towards the hill, you see a series of flags, as well as a group of standard bearers hoisting colors up, and they begin kind of parading down the hill and going towards their respective units. And you see the golden steeds begin to kind of take shape towards the front, as they will be the ones leading everybody down towards the southeast. And over the course of the next 25-30 minutes, the entire army musters and begins to move. So you guys are then led back up to the tent where all the officers, all the headquarters officers are currently stationed. And as you guys come up here, you've noticed something interesting for war of this level. So there is a group of mages, probably about 20 of them, and they are all stationed in these little 10-foot by 10-foot platforms with nothing but a bowl of water sitting in front of them, and they are all in the process of tracing runes around the water. As you kind of watch them for a moment, as the group as they move, you see they begin incantations, and as they complete these incantations, each one seeming to be pretty much identical, the water kind of ripples to life and rises up and out of the bowl, creating essentially like an ever-pouring screen. And through the screen, through the almost like a waterfall, but very, very thin sheet of it, you can see each one of the mages has a different projected image, and it appears to be looking through the eyes of the standard bearer attached to each of the respective units on the field. From there, you guys are led into the tent where you were told to go to, where one of the sergeants was going to meet you. He is there, and in the middle of this large open tent is a massive portable teleportation platform that has been drawn into a piece of wood that's laid on the ground. There are a couple of mages down there really, blowing the chalk off and really making sure that the sigils are set exactly as they need to. You see one guy coming through and kind of double checking the calculations of said teleportation circle, and when all is said and done, you're kind of just told to stay put, and when in about 4 to 5 hours when they arrive, you guys will be notified and it will be time to go. So throughout the next couple of hours, you hear from inside and outside the tent just movement reports coming from the mages to the non-commissioned officers up to the lower tiered officers, and then finally it makes its way into your tent. And everything actually goes really fucking smoothly. And then the final order comes in, and that is there is a prep order, meaning that the troops have arrived at their location and they are now stationing themselves. There is a muster to arms order that you hear, and as you guys kind of step outside to watch kind of like this weird almost show that is happening with all these waterfalls and these visuals, you see a standard bearer look up, you see his flag goes up, and as the flag goes forward, you hear coming out of this, which is creating sound, you hear the sound of ballista wires. And you see him look up, and you see this barrage of ballista bolts just darkening the skies. And you hear the cheers and the shouts of the men, and you realize that this battle has commenced now. So, yes.
I think Winnie will think for a second and then reach into her bag and pull out one of the sending stones that we just the one she has that we just purchased that's connected to Ulrich's, and she'll hand it over to the commander we've been working with. She'll hand it over to him.
Okay.
And say, this is for communication purposes. It will only work once, but it connects you directly to him, and she'll point to Ulrich. I took it out of my inventory. Aw, that was mine. Gartuk's like, that was supposed to be for me.
Sorry, say that again, Bloodmane?
Doubloons, lucky doubloons. I'm not sure if we have any left.
Kurt, you got really quiet all of a sudden. I can't hear a word you're saying.
I heard he was asking about the doubloons. I know I don't have one.
Oh, we're out of them. We bought them all out too.
Yeah, it's almost like we keep getting KO'd.
Something keeps happening.
We need a treasury of lucky doubloons. Maybe we can invest in it later. Invest in doubloon stocks or something.
Maybe we get like a doubloon mint. And just like start cranking them
Wow,
out.
you're gonna start counterfeiting fucking lucky doubloons. You better find you a priest that can enchant them.
I hope you're feeling lucky, Ulrich.
I think there's a gnome in a village somewhere.
Oh yeah, I bet she would do it.
Yeah.
She's not doing anything.
Surgery with one hand and chanting a bunch of lucky doubloons with the other. It'll be fine.
What's the worst that could happen?
I think you mean their great-grandchild.
That's fair.
Yeah. With the weird shit they had happen, though, they might end up with a weird-ass long life.
That's true. Okay. So, as the battle commences, you are not immediately brought into the tent where you will undergo the teleportation. About 25 minutes, 30 minutes goes by, and you guys are in that tent, and the commander steps in, and he's kind of breathing heavily, and you can see he's actually sweating. You can tell he's probably been running back and forth along this line of mages. And he says, "All right, now's the time. It worked exactly as we thought. We managed to pull all of their battalions up to the very front line, and at this moment, the archers have commenced firing to soften them, and the steeds and the remaining cavalry are preparing for a full charge. So, now's the time to go. We can get you as close as we can." And he kind of pushes his way past you guys, and he starts giving orders to the mages. "All right, set your gems where they need to be. Get your incantations ready. When they say go, you go." He kind of leans up against the table and puts his hand out, and he goes, "Whew. Haven't had war in this part of the world in a long time. Excuse me."
We're very lucky to have you here with us. Thank you. Yeah, I think just right now, kind of staying as prepped as possible. Just ready to go.
All right. So you guys step into the center of the teleportation circle. And is there anything you want to prep before you teleport?
I'm gonna cast Mage Armor myself.
Okay. What, is that just level 1?
Yeah.
Winnie would probably look over at Gartok and say, "If you're gonna use that oil, now's the time."
Yeah, I think Gartok would nod his head and start like applying the oil, and
Okay,
also
and-
checking like his arrows.
What are you applying it to?
My arrows, I guess.
Okay, so you get 5 plus 3 arrows.
Not 8, 5 plus 3.
Wow. Did you just...
I
That was the creepiest dad joke that you just slid right into dad DMs. Don't like it. Fuck.
I was thinking about casting Beacon of Hope ahead of time, but it's only a minute, so we don't.
Yeah, we don't want to. Yeah.
You cast Beacon of Hope and you're all standing there for the minute it takes to cast the fucking teleportation circle, and it's like, well, that sucks.
It's very right.
Very hopeful, okay?
Sybil's just gonna take the time to make sure her brain's in the right spot. It's the moments before going on stage kind of mentality, getting her brain in the right spot to murder a bitch. That's hopefully not Winnie this time.
I think that Winnie also, partially out of habit, but also because of the way she was raised, she's going to be saying a prayer to Obed High, just as they're getting the circle ready, just for safe passage. Help us defeat this crone, etc., etc.
Ooh, I'll do this ahead of time too while I'm here. Hey, Bloodmane, can I see your sword for a second? And I'll cast Holy Weapon on it. It lasts an hour.
Okay, what level?
You wanna twin that and put that on my bow again?
I don't know why it casts damage. It's 5th level.
Okay.
I can twin that, yeah. Let me do that too. I'll do that instead. I'll twin that on, so as long as the weapons are out and ready, I'll twin that onto both the whole. Let me double check that actually, because I'm dumb. Oh, it's not. No, yeah, I can't. I don't think I can twin it because it's concentration.
That is correct. You cannot maintain concentration on 2 spells.
Yeah, learning more about twinning as I go along. So
Yeah, it's not... Twinning is great, but it does have some restrictions. And you know what's so funny about that? I learned about the twin spelling concentration spells as a no-no by playing Baldur's Gate 3 because I tried to be fucking crafty and use Witch Bolt. It's like,
exactly.
literally, it was like, no, you can go fuck yourself. I was like, man, I'm doing a lot of damage, but not maintaining any of these Witch Bolts. And then I got called out in stream one night, and I was like, oh, okay, well, I'm a fucking idiot.
Yeah,
Yeah,
I
it's
think
just-
that will be more beneficial than a Beacon of Hope right off the bat. 'Cause I may have to drop it for a Beacon of Hope later, but getting you to get in there and smash you real fast.
Yeah, I just asked because I remember us doing it for the Hobgoblin encampment fight. Me and Bloodmane both having it, I think.
Yeah,
But again, that was
I just
before,
can't. Like, rules be damned.
It's true, though.
It's true.
All right, so
We'll create a rotation. You can get it next time, then he can have it, and you can have it. Then he
we'll
can have it.
share. There's plenty of holy weapons to go around.
Fine,
Holy
I'll
weapon
just keep that for
custody.
arrows.
Yeah,
Don't
Bloodmane
keep them
only
that
Bloodmane only
early.
gets them on nights and weekends.
Except on the full moon.
Oh yeah, then he gets 100%.
especially on the full moon. Unfortunately, since we only play on nights and weekends, it kind of sucks for you then.
Go ahead, Bloodman.
You guys hear me a little better now?
Dude, I cannot hear you for shit. No, but you know what I'm gonna do? Give me a second. I'm gonna turn you up in Discord so I can hear you. Okay, can you give me a test? God, I'm just not hearing. I even turned you up to 172%. I feel like it got quieter.
Did your mic switch to your camera mic in Discord? Because mine has done that before, and it sounds way far away.
Oh, that is a distinct possibility.
Probably turn him back down before he switches so you don't blow
I
out your
just did it.
earbud.
I just did it. I ain't about that. All right, I'll be right back. I'm just gonna pee before while we figure that out.
I don't know if he can hear at the moment, but this isn't super DM relevant anyway. One thing Sybil's going to do before we go, she's going to go to Winnie and just, Winnie, in case this doesn't go quite according to plan, because it never does. And quite frankly, even if it does go according to plan, I should have said this last night anyway, but I'm really sorry I'm sorry things have gone the way they have.
Well, I know why it happened. All we can do is look to the future, so just don't do it again.
Well, I'm not gonna touch anything if I can avoid it. And then she says, I don't remember if Winnie speaks primordial, but she says something in a breathy primordial voice.
She does not.
Yeah, she kind of looks at you like, just taking. Did you just give me an exasperated sigh?
What is it?
So she says something and then just kind of turns away.
All right.
That's not menacing at all.
Right.
Well, at least we didn't make promises before going into this battle, so, you know, no red flags there.
Well, yeah.
Kurt, I saw your lips move. I don't know if you actually said something, but there was literally zero sound that time. It's like you're muted.
It's so weird too. It was working fine earlier.
Yeah, that is odd.
Someone forgot to make the proper deep old one sacrifices.
Yeah, he didn't kill you.
Yeah. That's the problem. I was gonna say also if it's a Bluetooth mic, maybe move or like a USB but wireless, move the thingy closer to you because I used to have that issue too. If you have a
It's like
USB
plugging it
port
in and
closer, yeah, turn it off and back.
That might sound sarcastic, but no, it's legitimate advice because I know mine moves around. The cable moves around a lot, so I only just unplug it, put it back in, and it works.
Yeah. Or just change the port sometimes. I'll fix it too.
Yeah.
That's true, yeah.
Our old computers, we had a couple USB ports that like wouldn't work. If you had more than 4 things plugged in, that was it. You didn't get to use any more USB ports.
I heard you, but I mean it was so quiet that even over the ambient music, I couldn't understand what you said. But I heard your voice, so that's a start.
Mm-hmm.
is not the time for Bloodmane to have taken a vow of silence.
Listen, Sybil, he just doesn't want to talk to you.
Well, we'll work with it as best as we can. We'll keep going for now. Kurt, did you have something that you wanted to do prior to you guys making the jump?
He said no.
Okay.
And just so you know, that's when you hit with that, that's an extra 2d8 radiant. So.
Okay. So.
This is just a for the record. The second we hit that, like we go through, I am holding my breath because there's been way too much poison bullshit that we've dealt with, besides my own.
Understood.
So.
All right. So the mages begin their series of incantations, and over the course of this minute, you guys kind of begin to get these wafts of air from the location that they are bringing you, and it is pungent. It is like the worst ogreish BO and shit and like just corpse as it wafts through in these gusts. The captain stands to attention as one of his mages kind of gives him a signal. He puts a hand up to salute, and then as he bows, there is a flash of light, and you guys crackle across the ether. And when you rematerialize...
The Avengers. Or do we land like Deadpool?
Alright. Sorry, I had to get one more thing set up to make sure I had this right. The world before you begins to materialize, and in an instant, you find yourself just outside the inner camp of the crone. And in front of you, now everything here, you're probably going to say, wow, this looks really fucking big. Yeah, that's because you're literally staring at 3 gigantic ogres, 2 what appear to be hill giants, and in the very back over here, another hill giant-sized beefcake, but only has one massive eye in the center of his head. So, with that being said, we're just going to go ahead and jump straight into you guys needing to roll for initiative.
Make sure you click your character first.
Yeah, if not, I can.
Those are bad.
Those are really bad.
Make sure your temp HP and stuff rolled over, because sometimes it goes weird.
I literally was the one who, if you look at everybody's characters, everybody's should have a red bar. I guess it depends on if you're watching stream or not, but don't worry, everybody got it taken care of.
Can we re-roll initiatives? I think we should redo that.
Please.
Nah. Alright,
You
so
know what? Actually, I'll take the 1 for initiative, as long as that's my only 1 for the combat.
Alright, so...
You know what's funny? The fucking initiative said I had 9 before I rolled. It was right.
So I've got Winnie at a 10, Ulrich 15, Sybil 7, 9 for Lucy, and I don't see a roll from Bloodmane yet.
All right.
I can do it. I'm in your character sheet if you need me to, unless you got it.
I didn't hear what roll I need to roll.
Initiative.
Oh, sorry, it's initiative.
Oh, okay.
You are sounding better though, at least on my end.
Yeah, you sound great. You are loud and clear.
Yeah, I'm actually going through my my camera now.
Oh, what the fuck?
Going on with my headset. Yeah, I swapped it over, but if it works, it works.
Yeah, we can
Yeah,
hear
we
you.
can hear you.
Okay, and you can roll again if you want to, because you do roll initiative with advantage. Not like a 22 is... Oh, Jesus Christ. Okay, well, we'll just go ahead and call you as going first. Alright, so... There is no surprise attack, surprise round, as the crackling and manifesting of a teleportation circle over the course of a minute has definitely alerted these fucking guys to something incoming. As you materialize, though, these creatures, and again, what you see is what you get. You guys know how my maps work. These are all massive tents that look like they are definitely meant for giant-sized creatures. Next to these two ogres here, there is a fire, but it almost looks like a well. Like, it's really, really deep, and that light coming out of it is not actually crackling fire. There is something inside that is radiating this weird green energy, and it stinks like fucking sulfur. In the back here, next to the hill giants and the cyclops, you see there are 4 torches that have a black and purple swirling smoke rising up from them. They're not casting light, it's something else. And in the dead center here, this is a massive orb of energy, and on the other side, you can see the interior of a building and some sort of very large shadowy creature moving around on the other side. So with that being said, we will kick off the combat. Bloodmane, my assumption is that you had the Vorpal Greatsword out, which is now holified, and it is your turn.
Okay. I would like to use my action to cast Mirror Image.
Oh, fuck, okay. That's not concentration, correct?
Correct.
Perfect. So you, as you've got the holy sword out, these ogres look, and they're already in the process of rushing. You quickly spill this eldritch incantation out, and you guys see Bloodmane's body vibrate and then shift into multiple versions of himself, all which take on the exact same actions as he.
Okay, and with my bonus action, I would like to rage.
All right. And with that, you grow ever so quiet and take up the holy sword as the images around you all also breathe in unison. Anything else?
I forget. Do I have movement if I use my
Yeah,
action?
yep.
I do. Yeah. I better get in somebody's face.
Not mine, please.
No, not yours. Let's go for this ugly fucking frog.
Okay.
And that's where we will all end. Yep.
All right. So, the hill giants. So the hill giant over here, he as you guys were coming in, he was already kind of grabbing stones up. He's got this big ass great club kind of leaning up against what appears to be like some sort of large cage, almost like a large kennel of some sort. And he reaches down and he grabs this big fucking rock and just overhand throws it. And the rock flies over Sybil's head by probably 3 or 4 feet as everybody ducks, and it impacts the hay piles behind you. With that, a second rock. Bam! Hits Sybil.
We're gonna uncanny dodge because I don't want to get hit by a boulder.
Okay, we're going to reduce that from 27 points of damage to 13. So you take 13 points of bludgeoning, so your temp HP is gone.
Yeah, I feel less inspired all of a sudden, but I'm uninjured.
It's a fair point. All right. Oops. Okay, so this giant moves down a little bit. He too is, he's got actually like this big, over-the-shoulder boulder holder. God, I hate that I have to use that, but I'm using it appropriately. And he grabs a fucking rock out, and he also is going to, yeet that bitch.
I don't consent. You can't do that.
Alright, so, give me a second to see who he's targeting. And
It's
that
too late
would
to go
be
back in the circle,
2,
right?
3. That would be Ulrich. So that is a 24 to hit. So that's a hit. And that is for 15 points of bludgeoning damage. So your temp hit points are also gone. And give me a Constitution saving throw for your concentration check, please. Oh yeah, no problem. Okay.
Oh, everyone's coming through anyway because it's at advantage. But either way,
Yeah, you're fine. I mean, the 20 took care of it. Here comes the second rock. That is a 14, which I believe is a miss. What is your AC? Oh no, your AC is 14, isn't it? It is 14. Okay. So that is for 17 points of bludgeoning damage. And then give me another Constitution saving throw with advantage. Okay, you're fine. Alright. So, 17, so your temp is gone. And then just make sure that you update your token as well, please. Okay, that is it for the Hill Giants. Ulrich.
Alec. I'm gonna move a little bit. Just to not be so clumpied up. And I will cast Sacred Flame on the giant right in front of Bloodmane.
Okay.
So it's a Dex save DC 16, please.
Ooh, oh, Jesus! I rolled a 17, but I have a -1, so I have a 16 exactly. He succeeds.
Oh.
All right, that's me.
All right. Winnie.
All right. So when he's going, I'm gonna cast Conjure Animals,
Of course
only
you
at
are.
3rd level
Okay.
this time. But I think I want to do it with 4 beasts of 1/2 or lower rather than the 8.
So 4 beasts
Of 1/2 or
of
lower.
1/2. Okay.
Yeah.
4 beasts of 1/2 lower. Okie dokie. Roll a d10, please. Okay, so at 3rd level, that's just the standard level, right?
Yes.
Okay. So would you roll 6? So let's
Yes.
see. And this is CR 1/2. 1,
CR
2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Cool.
Oh no. It's gonna be the octopus again. Or no, what was it?
Ow.
It was fish. It was fish of some kind.
They were crabs.
Is that what it was? Yeah.
Yeah, Mark, give him crabs.
Wow. Wow. How many of these you got? 8?
4. Wait, let me go. Yeah, it's 4 at 1/2. Yeah.
All right, where do you want them? They are giant wasps.
Ooh.
Fucking terrifying. Huge. Literally, they're the size of Labrador retrievers, like adult labs, but they are flying with giant angry stingers.
So we'll do 1.
Alright, perfect.
I don't
So
like
you-
it. Send him back.
So you muster your energy to summon, and what is the bonus hit points they have, by the way, for your
Yeah,
ability? You do need to be the one to remember that, by the way.
Yeah, it's Sorry, I want to make sure that I'm right before I just say it. So it is they appear with more HP than normal. It's 2 extra per hit die.
Of their hit die?
Yes.
Okay. So go ahead and pull up the giant wasp sheet, please.
Mm-hmm.
I just pulled it up myself. So it looks like they have 3 hit die. So it's 2 per. So
2
they
per.
have
So
so
they
they
get
have 6 hit
6
points each.
additional.
Okay.
Yeah.
So they are going from 13 each to 19.
All right. Perfect.
All right. Anything else, Winnie?
No. Bless you. Nope, that's it.
Jesus, excuse me, sorry. Alright, that is going to bring us to Gartok.
Okay, so Gartok was told, stay close but be far away. So he's gonna choose to obey one of those. How big is this hay bale? Like, is that as big as it looks?
What do you
That
mean?
looks bigger than Gartok.
Oh, you mean like it is tall as, or...
Can I use it for cover, essentially?
You can sure fucking try.
I
Yeah,
will
so
try.
like, so there's 3 stacked on top of each other, so to get cover from anything, you're gonna have to either come back here and stand like on top of the one below it, or you are gonna have to move the hay bale down and stand behind it.
No, standing on top is fine.
Okay.
Over there, just peek over, sniper elite style.
Okay.
And I'm gonna fire bonus action, put Hunter's Mark on that ogre.
Okay.
Actually, let me check that, because I think Hunter's Mark is 90 feet, but I just want to confirm. So that I'm not bullshitting you. It is 90 feet, yep.
Okay, well that's only 45, so you can go, you got plenty of space.
And I will shoot twice.
Alright. Get your concentration token, 1 sec. Go ahead and give me some attacks. Are these going to be made with the +3 arrows or the regular ones?
Just regular for now.
Okay, thank you. And just make sure that you designate, tell me specifically when you use those.
Yeah, I'll tell you when I use those. I have them marked down, don't worry.
Yeah, and it's not that I don't trust keeping score of them, it's that if you hit something with those that has the resistance to shit versus magic, it's gonna nullify it, so. Alright. Holy shit. Wow. Oh, fuck, that was a nat 20. Okay.
It's too late now, but I wanted to say I wanted to have the -5 and the +10, but it's too late now.
It is too late, yep. Okay. Plus Hunter's Mark.
And total, plus, I don't know, crit. I didn't roll for crit.
No, that's okay. We can just do the math here. So, you rolled a 2 on the die, and a 4 on the Hunter's Mark, so that would be 6, so we add an additional 6 to the total, bringing us to 16.
I'll take it.
No, they will. You don't want to take it.
Alright, so you fire the first arrow, Gartok, and with sniper precision, this thing takes an arrow, like you were, it looks like you were going for its jugular with as close to it as you got, and the arrow just, boom, vanishes through this guy's body and out the back of him, and blood just starts to spurt out of his throat. He's not, you know, on his last breath or anything like that, but he's definitely fucked up.
Yeah, and now I will use Sharpshooter.
Ah, there it is.
Upset I didn't say it before. So that's 14 total, with the -5.
Oh, cool. That adds... I love how it adds it in like that. Okay, so yeah, that does hit. Go ahead and give me some damage. Beautiful. Plus 10, so that's 22. And then you do also get Hunter's Mark again, or no? Is that only once around?
Yes, Hunter Mark is every round.
Okay.
Slayer's Prey is once. The first.
Beautiful. Okay, so we're at 22 total right now, plus... 5.
That was
so
good damage.
27. That was really good fucking damage for just an arrow.
And that's all I can do, because I guess I'll duck behind my cover.
Alright, so the second shot, it does hit this guy. You can see that it definitely clipped some sort of artery, maybe not a main one, but definitely an artery in the neck, because as the arrow passes through, blood almost dramatically begins to spray out of this guy, and he actually stops and puts his hand on his neck like, oh fuck, there's these giant dog-sized wasps in front of him, and he just took 2 horrifically wounding arrows. He is past bloodied. Alright, Sybil.
That's my turn. Also, should I delete my Oil of Acuteness? Because I only get 1 use of that, right? I mean, Oil of Sharpness, not
Yes, please delete the Oil of Sharpness. Thank you.
Okay. You said drama, so that is obviously my cue. Sybil is going to... My roll 20 is... Maybe it'll let me this time. I'm trying to move between the fire and the wasp to stab at the one that just got horrifically shot.
Hey,
Oh,
there you
yay,
go.
it worked. Okay. So she's going to, in the wake of the blood pouring, she's going to go up and attempt to murder. We are not going to use the poison. However, I should be getting sneak attack on that. So, because another enemy of the target is within. Yeah. Well, that was a shit to hit.
Okay, so the 14 does hit. And it does take effect from the sneak attack.
Okay.
So he has his hand on his neck at this point, and as he begins to kind of like stumble forward, like, oh shit, I'm in a lot of trouble, you appear and you jam the dagger up and into his, like, the bottom part of his belly, which is hanging over this dirty fucking loincloth, and as you tear across, innards, guts, you cut all the way through the fat and muscle, just begin to spill out of him, and he drops to both of his knees, and you hear him in common just go, oh, fuck! He is right there.
Well, let's see if I can do as commanded there. No sneak attack on the second one. Oh, that's only 5.
24 does hit. However, you did Control-Alt-Delete him. As the guts begin to spill out, he kind of begins to lean forward, almost as if he's about to fall on you, and you drive the dagger up and under his chin, and the tip of it just gets into the soft palate, and he kind of twitches a couple times. You pull the dagger out, and he just flops on the ground.
Okay. That's what I'm going to be doing, I think.
All right.
I think I'm happy with a corpse.
Ah, she's possessed again.
You know, right now the corpse wasn't a friendly one, so it's fine.
That's true.
It was a giant, not a...
Oh, I no longer like this.
So the Cyclops begins to charge. As the ogre drops, he goes fucking berserk. He grabs this massive club that he has, which has what appear to be like sharpened elk antlers strapped to the outside, and as he begins running at you, you see he actually looks at you like from the side, and he's trying to pick up his depth perception because he has very little of it to find out exactly where you are, and as he gets close, he comes down on you. And that is a nat 1 for the first attack on Sybil.
Don't scare me like that, dude.
And the
Jeez.
second attack is
Me too.
that is a hit.
I'm sure as hell gonna uncanny dodge.
You already used your action this round.
I just went. So, it's my reaction for that.
It's once per turn though. This is still the first round of
Yeah.
combat.
It's not just your.
It doesn't it doesn't
Okay.
just automatically. It
Yeah.
is per round of combat.
So after Bloodmane goes, that's when, or on Bloodmane's turn, that's when you have your reaction.
Yeah,
back.
there's a round and a turn.
Okay. Well, this is gonna hurt.
Yeah.
Honestly, it should have been way worse, but it is 20 points of bludgeoning damage. But yes, it should have been way worse. Okay, it's got potential to be almost done.
You know, the last thing Sybil should be taking right now is, more head injuries, but she takes this one to the face.
All right, give me just 1 second. Okay, I'm going to walk back the ruling of the reaction, and I will allow you to utilize that reaction, because I was looking for the exact verbiage in here, because there's a couple funky things with how action economy is written. Some are based on round, and some are based on turn. Reaction, its exact verbiage is, when you take a reaction, you can't take another reaction until the start of your next turn. That is where we will leave that. So, you have used your reaction for this turn, for your turn, and you can add 10 hit points back to where you were at. I always second guess myself on that verbiage because I don't know why they didn't just all make it the fucking same, but they had to have a little complexity, I suppose. Okay, anyways, I digress. That ends that Cyclops' turn, and now we are on to the ogres. Alright, so this ogre is going to move up, and then the ogre that's in melee right now with Bloodmane is going to attack him. And that is only a 10 to hit, so that's not going to work. And then the other ogre, as these guys only get one attack, he is going to attack the wasp, and that is an 8. That misses. Alright, so that is it for the ogres. Back to the top of the round. Bloodmane.
I'm very fussy now. Alright. I'm gonna start blasting this dude.
Alright, lay it on me. Lay it on him, don't lay it on me. I don't want that. Oh shit. Alright, so 14. 14 does hit. So go ahead and give me some damage. And then we'll add the 3 for rage. So 11, 12, 13, so that is 14.
Something's not added up right here in my sheet. Hold on, let me see what's going on.
What's not adding up?
The damage. It almost looks like I'm not attuned, but I should be.
Well, I'm looking at your damage roll right now. You rolled 2d6, which you rolled a 1 and a 6, and then you had +4 for...
That does not add the +3 from the sword itself.
Because it's not attuned. You gotta click the
Oh,
box.
yeah,
I thought I had clicked it. I must have unclicked it at some point.
There you
So what you are going to probably have to do, once it is clicked, even if you did unclick, it doesn't matter. Make sure that you refresh the page so that the page reads it. And then
Sorry,
that should...
guys. I've been all technical difficulties today.
No, that's all right. Hey, the
You
good
caught
thing is
it.
once we get them sorted, we should be good. So.
Yeah.
Okay, so did you attune to it? Oh no, you did not attune to it. Okay.
Let's try this again. Alright, there we go.
Beautiful.
just
Now you've got the
roll that.
+11
Or
and
you
the
can take
+7.
it. Yeah.
Okay, so yeah, we'll just add 3 to it, because, I mean, you hit anyways, so...
And don't forget the extra 2d8 from Holy Weapon.
Yeah, give me 1 second.
Oh, yeah.
Okay. Sorry about that. I just want to make sure I got a lot of things going on here, so... Alright, so damage we're looking at is the 11 plus 3, which is going to be 14 plus 12 is 26. Beautiful. Oh, plus 3 rage damage, right? Yeah, so actually add 3 more to that. Perfect, so this guy is way past bloodied.
Well, let's see if I can't do a little better with the next one.
Oh, Jesus Christ. Yeah, 27 that'll hit. God, this is like Karlach with the fucking halberd all over again. Alright, so that's 12 damage, plus 3 from rage, which is 15, plus go ahead and roll 2 more d8 for me, plus 7, so that's 12, 13, 14, 15, so that's 22. Bam! So the first,
Thanks,
the first slash, and this is like, you know, drawing blood feels good. Drawing first blood with a new weapon that is like super hyper enchanted, even better. You cut through this thing, literally drawing a line from its left shoulder all the way down to its right hip. And as you swing the greatsword back around, you flourish and hit him from the right shoulder all the way down to the left hip. And this thing instinctually coughs because it's like, oh my god, in pain. As the radiance burns through all of that sinew, it coughs and its guts burst out onto you in this big X pattern as its whole inside opens up against you, and it just, I mean, it's dead before it even realizes it was alive to begin with. So that was hardcore.
Alright.
However,
Well,
you do have great weapon master stuff, so you can move and make your extra attack if you'd like.
You know, Kevin, I would like that. Let's go at... run interference for my boy over here. Hop right in front of this cocksucker.
Beautiful. Go ahead and give me that second, or that, I guess, third attack. $14 actually does hit. Alright, so that is... Holy shit, it's lucky. 16 plus 2d8. Like 19, technically. 19, 20, 21, 22, that's 23. Alright. It's not fucking bad for a free attack.
That's a spicy meatball.
Alright, so you slash this guy, and you cut almost all the way through this thing's left arm as it's kind of like swatting the bees away after trying to attack it. You hit it with that holy weapon, and you just hear this hum. It's like the hum of angels. Ah, and you just burn. I mean, you feel the bone break, and like marrow starts to spill out and cook with the radiance. It's gnarly. This thing's gnarly.
Well sung, by the way.
Thanks. Alright. I guess I'll take my turn. We'll see.
I mean, you can skip it if you want.
I could. Alright, so these giants are going to begin throwing boulders. Now let's see, who do we got tied up there? Okay, so Winnie, you are hit. Unfortunately, they kind of just left you in a very easy spot to be targeted. Winnie, you are actually hit twice. Okay, so the first one is a 22 to hit you, and that's for 26 points of bludgeoning damage.
Okay.
It is going to wreck your temporary hit points, and I need a Constitution saving throw made at a DC 13, because that's half of the damage.
Okay, and I get to do that with advantage because I have forecast.
Yep. Not a good start. Okay, you got lucky for you. Okay, so the second one that hit, the roll was a 27, and that is for 23 points of bludgeoning damage. Yeah, giants, when they throw rocks, it's especially hill giants, it's no bullshit.
I'd rather rocks than poop.
How do you know that this is not calcified poop?
I don't, but I'm gonna just tell myself it's rocks. Okay,
okay, so give me another...
Denial.
Give me another Constitution saving throw with advantage. Your DC is going to be 11. That's already a save. Alright, okay, so... that was from the first giant. Second giant, he is going to throw his at... Let me make a check here, because now I got a couple places. So Bloodmane wouldn't make sense, because that's friendly fire. So I got Sybil, Ulrich... And that is Ulrich. We'll see. Alright, so the first rock is a hit. That's a lot of damage. Like I said last time, it could have been way worse, and it was. So that is a hit, and that is for 30 points of bludgeoning damage. And I need you to make a Constitution saving throw, DC 15. That's already a save. Beautiful. You fucking maintain concentration. Second rock. That is also a hit.
I don't think it's going to matter.
Why is that?
I only have 3.
Oh, is it? Oh, Jesus. Yeah, it was 15 points, so...
Bye, holy weapon.
Yeah, the holy weapon goes away, but the mage armor does stay. And to be fair, that holy weapon was worth every fucking level of spell that was required to cast it. That was a lot of extra damage.
I wanted to detonate it, though, for once.
Well, you should have thought about that before I hit you with 5 rocks. 4 rocks. 3 rocks. 2 rocks.
4 rocks.
Best I can do is 2. Okay, so the second rock hits, and Ulrich, the holy weapon falters, and he collapses to the ground. Luckily for you, the injury was a nat 20, and that was only a broken nose. This is simply cosmetic, and that's it. Any bit of healing will fix you up, so... Assuming you don't have a token on you, right? Everyone's out of tokens at this point.
Token for
Yeah,
me.
we're just
yeah.
rolling for
They're-
injuries
they're-
from now on. Fuck.
Where are
Okay.
scars with pride? Okay.
Well, some of those scars are inside. Alright, so that is it for the Hill Giants. Ulrich, it is your turn, so you automatically stabilize. And now we go to Winnie.
All right.
You still are... Hang on, let me just add. You are still wearing the Periapt, right? Okay,
Absolutely.
just wanted to make sure that it was on and still attuned. Alright, Candace.
I'm going to cast Cure Wounds on Ulrich at the fourth level.
Okay.
And as he's getting up, she's going to say, "No, I said you're the healer."
Alright, so as she lays her hands down upon you, as you're stabilized thanks to the Periapt, like, as you get to him, you see the Periapt flashing, and you see, like, the really critical, oh god, he's dying pieces start to pop back into place. As you lay your hands down and let the healing flow, you are healed for 30 hit points.
And then I'm going to move away from him because I don't like to be bunched up. And
Then you get to control the wasps. Or
Yeah, I'm gonna-
tell them what are your commands for them.
so I'm going to tell the wasp to... I'm going to tell them to attack the giant creatures attacking our friends.
Okay. So, let's do some attacks here. So the first two against the Cyclops. So that is a 23 on the first attack. That definitely hits. Oh, I think he actually failed against the poison.
Oh, shit.
How embarrassing is that for something that's got, like, a really high bonus? Yep, he sure fucking did. Oh god, yeah, so he took an extra 10 points of poison damage.
Nice.
Okay, perfect. Alright, so that is... Sorry, I'm doing the math here. The second attack was definitely a miss. But he is going to take 13 points of damage from that wasp. And then the other two down to the south by Bloodmane will attack the ogre. That is a nat 1, so that's a miss. The second one is a hit for... Well, let's see if he succeeds at the Constitution saving throw. Oh yeah, that dude saved like a fucking champ.
Okay.
So he only takes 8 points of piercing damage. Alright. Perfect. So that brings us to Gartok.
Hold on, I'm counting squares. Okay, I think the other giant is still within range. The giant with one eye.
Cyclops?
I'm
Okay,
just gonna
gotcha.
call it. Yeah, I'm just gonna call it a Cyclops. Yeah.
Well, it's what it is. It's a Cyclops, so... okay, yeah, you're putting Hunter's Mark on him, I'm assuming?
Yes.
Okay, you transfer your Hunter's Mark.
And I will shoot him twice with a -5. Sharpshooter.
Understood. .21 absolutely hits.
Oh, ignore that. Sorry, I pressed the wrong button. I'm upset that I pressed the wrong button. Can that be my second attack?
Sure can't.
Ah.
He gave you that shred of hope till he got the last consonant at least.
So 11 plus the
Sure
d6.
can't. Got him.
Well, 22 damage.
Okey-dokey.
And now I'll sadly click the shoot button again.
Alright. Now you fire for real. If you roll another nat 20, I'm gonna shit. Alright, 28. 28 still hits.
I didn't add. That's not a -5. I forgot to add it.
Well, either way, even with it being a 23, it still hits. By, like, over double this thing's AC, so, yeah. So it's always fun to fight, like, giants, because you know it's going to take a while to fuck them up, but it's so easy to hit them. It feels so empowering. Yeah, you take all that damage, you dumb big sack of meat. Alright, so we're looking at, so it's 12, 16, 26, okay. Bam.
And I will duck again.
So this thing is almost bloodied already. Alright, so that brings us to Sybil. Hey there, Sybil. You see the Cyclops catch 2 fucking arrows. The bees are stinging the shit out of it. It, like, throws up because the poison impacted it.
You know, I really love how Gartok and Sybil have been in sync a little bit here. She's going to hold a dagger and a little bit of a salute as she moves up and just tries to murder this thing.
Alright. Ooh, now with that nat 1, you ain't doing shit.
Nope, but you know what? That's okay. That first dagger was really just a distraction for the second one.
Usually how
Which
it goes.
is it's
Yeah,
a
the
dirty
20 will definitely
okay.
do it. The 20 will do it. Okay. Alright, let me get some damage on this thing. No, actually, you know what? Okay, we're good. Alright, so that is 30. Alright. Yeah, so you you swing at it with the first dagger, and it was in the process of, like, raising its knees up and stomping because it was in so much pain, and your dagger just goes right under its foot. As the foot comes back down, you stab this bitch right in the top of the fucking kneecap and just start to wiggle the blade out. It roars, I mean, just fucking roars, and it is now far beyond bloodied.
Okay, and because I swung on this thing, it can't take an attack of op on me. As I dart backwards, hopefully, like, there's not really any place I can go. Never mind, I'm just gonna stay here. Because any place else puts me in boulder target range.
Oh, you're still in boulder target range. They'll
You're
throw in
always
melee. They don't give a
boulder
fuck.
target.
You're always...
Yeah, but you know what? She's just gonna hope.
That's fair. Alright. Hey, it's the Cyclops' turn. Oh, he is not happy about this bitch. So he's gonna start swinging that fucking great club on you.
See how quickly I regret not moving.
Yeah, so that's a 19 with the first. That's a hit.
Yep, we're gonna use my uncanny dodge.
Understood. That's
Same
gonna
old,
bring
same
you
old.
from 15. Again, you're taking way low damage for what should be getting doled out here. You take 15 reduced to 7. And then the second great club. That is a dirty 20 to hit.
Okay.
And- what?
There's no K that it hits.
Oh, that was okay. I thought I heard you say, can I? And I was like, you already used that reaction. And this time you take 18 points of bludgeoning damage.
Okay.
Alright. So the Cyclops will end his turn, and we now move on to the only remaining ogre. This poor piece of shit is going to attempt its singular attack on Bloodmane. Wow! Hang on, I think I actually hit. Good for these guys, because they literally just did nothing this entire time. They just stood there and looked like fucking dopes. So...
The one ogre who could.
Alright, give me a second. I gotta roll, because of the mirror image, I gotta roll to see who gets hit. Okay, so that's a 12. You have 3 duplicates out, so with 3 duplicates, I must roll a 6 or higher. Okay, so I attack a duplicate instead of you. Okay, understood. So the ogre swings down, catches one of the mirror images, not sure who the fuck you are, and it kind of vanishes with this burst of, like, salty seawater. But you do still have 2. I'm just gonna keep these guys here. Give me 1 sec. Because it's getting awfully close to us being done for today, so I wanted to make sure that we all knew that there were still 2 duplicates here when we pick up next one. Alright. That's actually it for the ogres. That brings us all the way back to the top of the round. However, it is 157 and the top of the round. So now would be a good place for us to stop, if you guys are cool with that, since we got about 3 minutes left. And then we're playing again next Saturday, so we'll pick up right where we left off and just go straight into the fucking thick of it. And I think with being as fresh into this fight as we are and only having a week in between, we should be pretty much good to go. Everybody cool with that?
Yep.
Seems good to me.
For some inspiration for you for next time, Bloodmane.
I did tell you that December is maybe for me being here, because I don't know if the place we're going to has Wi-Fi or not, because we're going back to South Africa.
Right. Okay. So so we'll still have you for next session. That should, in my opinion, with where we're at in the story, button us up with this fight and, well, we'll fucking see about finishing up the Crone. If we finish the Crone up, though, and we start to move towards planning for December's games, we can keep you kind of back burner contingency, and if not, it's super easy to remove Gartok from the situation while they do planning and stuff through that month. If you join us, even fucking better, because you're kind of a weird, sneaky guy, and it's really easy to just kind of, like, put you back in.
Yeah, he kind of leaves without explanation.
That's because he doesn't need to explain. He knows what he's doing.
Crocodile.
Yeah, making bone arrows and, you know, fucking sleeping in the river and fuck off. I got things to do. I'm a busy lizard.
I got lizard things to do.
Or he's staring at you while you talk.
Yeah.
You know,
Alright,
we
guys.
should be more concerned about how easily we lose the lizard, but, you know.
We have other things to worry about, like people
I
chopping
always
off
come
our
back
arms.
at least.
That's true.
You know, you got better.
Quite quickly, actually.
I was waiting for them to put a leash on you.
So I almost went, and I forgot, but when I was talking to Verdicchio, I was going to ask him if he had any magic leashes.
Or bell.
Or bells, yeah.
Alright. Okay, guys.
Those
well,
just make you complacent.
Yeah, no shit. And being complacent is just, that's how you die. Alright, guys, I'm going to go ahead and take this stream over to raid Apperjax, since he is on, and we'll be back tonight. If anybody's interested, we'll be playing some Baldur's Gate 3. If not,
yeah.
we'll see you guys definitely next week, same time.
I'm going back to the forbidden game again.
Oh no, which one?
It's not WoW.
Diablo?
No, I'm playing WoW again.
Oh, it is WoW.
I have a Cyberpunk RPG and then a Dune RPG to go to today.
Oh,
This is
cool.
a very heavy gaming day.
Did you say a Dune? You're playing Dune tabletop? Is that what I heard you say?
Yep.
Oh, that
Yes, I
sounds
am.
dark as fuck. That sounds cool. Let me know how that goes.
Well, I mean, there were small defenseless children that may have died for political reasons last time, so.
From the beginning.
We also have Boundless Valor tomorrow night, which is
Oh,
awesome.
that is true. Yes, we do.
Gonna be awesome.
Yes.
That one's been a lot of fun so far.
I have a Pathfinder session in an hour, but until then I'm gonna play Vermintide with my housemates.
God damn,
That'll be fun.
this is like fucking gaming season, man. I'm hearing about everyone's like, oh, I got this D&D thing, and we're doing this and that and LARPing during the day. I just love it so much.
I do too.
All right, friends, I'm gonna go ahead and send this over, and then we're gonna go get the kids up. So have a fantastic day, enjoy yourselves, and we'll see you very soon.
See everyone next
Also,
week.
have a good
See ya.
weekend.
Bye, guys.
Bye.
Are they talking off?